yesterday we had two sessions on research methodology. One was on research, the concept, types, and purposes, and the process. And the second session was with respect to selecting and defining research problem. Now, friends, when you have to undertake research, you need to bank upon the information which is available with respect to that area of specialization. That means the research which has already been carried out, and you need to survey the literature which is available. And there are large number of sources which can be tapped, and you can collect the relevant literature. And this is what review of related literature is. So in this particular session, we are going to focus on this very aspect of research methodology, that and Rand's corporation, while laying down the standards of high quality research, they have indicated that the study should demonstrate understanding of related studies. That means whatever research is carried out, it should have some connection, some association with what work has already been carried out. And when they made this as a criteria for high quality research, actually they intended to include that research which is carried out must contribute to the existing body of research, and it must have relationship to the research which has been carried out, and it should, the problem which is taken up, that should be linked to what has already been researched. So whatever areas of further research have been enlisted, they must be linked to. And the study which is taken up, the study findings need to be discussed in the light of the previous research which has been carried out. So review of related literature forms an important and integral part of any research work which is taken up by any person. So in this session, what I intend to do is just try to find an answer to these basic questions related to review of related literature. So the questions which we'll try to find an answer to includes, is there any problem with the existing way of carrying out or presenting review of related literature? The second important question is, what is actually review of related literature? What does it involve? And why is it essential to carry out review of related literature? That means what purposes the review of related literature serves for a researcher. Then we'll try to find out what are the various sources from where the related literature can be tapped. Then what is the systematic process of carrying out review of related literature? So the very first question, is there any problem with the existing way of carrying out or presenting review of related literature? I would seek your response to this question. Maybe the participant in ETVs today, anybody who would like to throw light on the way the review is carried out. Do you find it is appropriate or it has certain drawbacks? Anybody who would like to give answer to? Ji. Will you please? You have been, as a teacher, you have been guiding dissertation work or the project work. You might be reading the journals and you go through the review of related literature. You might have referred to number of theses which have been written. So do you find that the adequate explanation is built up, the organization of the review is fine? Go ahead. What is your opinion?
if it is done step by step, then it is clear. If there is any missing thing, then that process.
Do you find that the existing review of related literature has missing links?
Yes, madam. Yes.
Okay. So would you like to, Ji, please go ahead. Thank you.
Because
Hanji.
some new concept is not clearly mentioned.
Okay. So the underlying concepts involved in a particular study, they are not clearly explained in the review of literature. Okay. Any other problem you find in the review? So maybe I request the center to give a response. Do you find any problem? May I request?
Good morning.
Hanji, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm calling from Odisha Gandhi Engineering College.
Ji, sir.
What about the underlined question marks in the presentation? These all are appropriately necessary in the part of research activity. And when we carrying some review of related to any problem statement, we need to think upon their literature survey first of all, their existing problem, what's existing problem with that statement, and if any research analysis required to extending the experimental part, their literature part. These all these things to be required basically when we go for one review of literature of any concept.
So maybe I'm intervening. My question is the way the review of related literature is presented in the dissertation or the thesis or the project report. Do you find there are gaps, there are problems, there is any difficulty or drawbacks in that? Or do you think the people are able to present and organize the review of related literature logically, meaningfully, and it is presented in the
obviously it's a gap gap between their presentation and the organizing and their
what kind of difficulties you perceive or you have observed?
Actually, ma'am, on what that actually that problem statement that what they think for problem statements, the problem statements not be proper way to define in the analysis part. So it's a gap because they initially they think some problem statement, but at the time of implementation, at the time of activity means what analysis part, they not touch that exact point.
Okay, that may be a problem with the execution of the project or the problem or the implementation. Yes, so it's a problem in research. But let's go to another center. If anybody would like to throw light on, are there any problems faced with the existing way of carrying out the review? Any other center would like to give a response? Vandana, list दे दो centers की मेरे पास. Yes, over to SPFU Karnataka. SPFU Karnataka. Haveri. Hanji, anybody from Government Engineering College, Haveri?
Yes, madam. Good morning, madam.
Good morning.
Madam, right now what we are finding in most of the literature is now, what the candidate they do is, they just read the abstract of the paper and then the conclusion. They report only these two, abstracts and the conclusion.
Okay.
The overall summary is missing there.
Okay.
That's what.
So very rightly you have said that now with the availability of information technology tools, what we are doing is going to the web and we access the paper, we access the thesis, and what the students are doing, they just copy the abstract from the paper and include it in the review of related literature. Okay, one problem. Over to Government Engineering College, Hassan. Hassan, Government Engineering College, Hassan. Hello.
Hello.
Go on.
No question, madam.
Hello.
No, sir, I'm not asking for a question. My question to you is, the way the review is presented in the dissertation or the thesis, do you find it is adequately represented, or are there any problems in that?
The next question.
Okay, then I move on to Bangalore.
Hello.
Hanji, please go on.
Madam, this is from SPFU Bangalore.
Okay.
Madam, actually, we were carried out a literature survey on our research.
Right.
Okay. So the results parts, what we got our results are matching with that some reference. Can we
Yeah.
quote the reference of that person?
Okay.
Then-
Okay. So that is the purpose served by review of related literature.
Yeah.
My question is, when the review is presented in dissertation, do you find the people know how to present the review of related literature, how to conclude it, how to identify the gaps, how to classify it? Is the presentation
Okay. Madam.
appropriate?
Yeah, madam. Appropriate. We have to.
Appropriate.
Yeah,
Okay. Thank you very much. Anybody who differs from this opinion? Any other center would like to? Yes, we have SRM University. SRM University. ABS Engineering College. Not there. RV College of Engineering, Bangalore. Go ahead. No response. Niti Meenakshi Institute of Technology. GC Karwa. Career Point University. MIT Meerut. Hello.
Yeah, I'm from University Mulana.
Okay, sir, go ahead. Please, sir, your observation. University Mulana, please go ahead.
Yeah, hello. I am audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, actually, ma'am, in literature review part, normally in thesis, students do the literature review in first year, but while presenting in final year, say fourth year, they do not update the literature. Whatever they did the literature review in first year, they present as such. This is the biggest problem. Recent advances are normally not included in the final version of thesis.
Okay, thank you very much. Now let's have a quick look at what are some of the problems that exist in the way the review of related literature is presented. Now, this is what I have picked up from Shodh Ganga, the dissertation and the thesis submitted in various universities of the country. This is one thesis which included Ellis 1996, Andrews et al. 1996, Das 2004. If you go to another thesis, these were the studies related to mastery learning. And again, I find Yadav 1984, Cole 1986, Salim 1988, Mathur 1988, Aranya 1988, Prasad, and so on. Let's take an example of a thesis submitted in the sciences. Now here also you find Mendes et al., again, then Satish Kumar et al. Now again you find that these studies have been presented in the review of related literature. Most of the people, when they carry out review, it is presented in chronological order. Now, when it is presented in chronological order, what is not required on the part of the researcher is ability to analyze. I come across a study in 65, I prepare an abstract and put it in my thesis. I get a study of 1984 or 1990 or 1995 or 2000. So I independently look at all the studies which are available and prepare an abstract and include it in my thesis. So it doesn't require any critical ability on the or critical analysis on the part of the researcher. So this is one of the problems we encounter when we go and try to evaluate the dissertation and the thesis work. Then, as rightly said by you, there are gaps in review. One study may be appearing in 1970 and suddenly a person jumps to 1986. What about the 16 years which have elapsed from 17 to 1986? Was there no study undertaken? Was the focus of research shifted from one area to another? This cannot happen that for 16 years, nobody has taken up that particular area of specialization. So many of the theses, as you said, one of the centers, Malana, that students try to gather the review of related literature in their first year, and then they are doing their thesis work in final year, and they are not updating the review of related literature. So maybe at that point of time, the current studies which are available, so you have taken up, say, in 2012, and now you are in fourth year in 2016. So a gap of 3 years, whether you are able to bridge that gap or not, that is a big question mark. So many students would like to include the studies which they have collected in the first year. So gaps in review exist when it is presented by the researchers. Then you will come across that a problem is undertaken. There are 3 variables which have been taken up. Say I went through a thesis which was on civil engineering, and that was with respect to the concrete reinforcement techniques. Now, number of techniques are there, but the person has started with one particular technique in 1 year, another year another technique is taken up, third study, different technique is taken up. So the researcher has not classified the studies into what are the steel reinforced studies, where are the glass reinforced concrete studies, where are the fly ash and so on, the studies. He could not classify. Likewise, when we deal with the research, then there are certain studies which says there is a significant effect of a particular reinforcement technique on the strength of the concrete. There are other studies which say there is no difference of the steel reinforced concrete and the concrete strength. So the studies vary with respect to the findings also. So people do not classify the studies either on the basis of the intervention or on the basis of the findings which they come across. So they simply present it on the basis of the chronological order. Another is, when they present one study, different information is included. When they go to the next study, altogether different information comes into picture. Say, for example, when you are preparing an abstract of the finding, you start that presentation with certain questions in mind. And one of the questions may be the objective of the study. So every study you need to include what were the objectives of the study. What was the methodology followed in the study? What were the controls exercised in the study? What were the major findings of the study? But many of the people would, as rightly you said, that they pick up the abstract written by the author, include it into the review. So there is no coherence from one study to another study. Another difficulty we experience is writing review in present tense. Student have started, the study had control, they don't write had. They only go with the present study examines the relationship between these two variables. You cannot write a review in present tense. It has to be in the past tense. So missing conclusions. In some of the theses we come across that the student has presented the review. At the end, he doesn't go for gap analysis and he doesn't arrive at the conclusions on the basis of the presented review of related literature. And abruptly, there is an end to the chapter on review of related literature. But review of related literature needs to be summarized, gaps need to be identified and linked to the problem which is taken. Because you need to build a connection between the problem you have selected and what the previous studies say. Maybe it serves many more purposes for your study that we'll discuss when we go for the second question. The second question is, what is review of related literature? Anybody would like to answer to this? Yes, from ETV Studio first. The second question.
Madam, is it, it's my question also. Is it compulsory to get the things in chronological order?
That is not necessary.
No, that is what I said, that basically the student find it easy to present the review in chronological order, but that doesn't involve any critical analytical ability on the part of the learner. So what is needed is the studies which are available, you need to find out what are the studies which have one similar technique or intervention used, club those studies. You have studies which say there is significant effect. There are studies which say there is no significant effect of this. There may be other studies which have taken different technique. So you need to classify on the basis of the findings of the study also, rather than presenting the literature in chronological order. Second question to the house is, what exactly is review of related literature? What do we understand by this review of related literature? Anybody? Ma'am?
Through the previous studies.
Okay, review of related literature going through the previous study. That is the answer given by you. Anything else? Ma'am, would you like to answer?
Trying to find out the gaps, basically.
Okay, try to identify the gaps. Okay.
There might be like if, any problem statement might be has different parameters.
Right.
So according to each parameter, each and every study should be previous study should be reviewed.
Okay.
What are the gaps? What is the relationship?
No, that's right. But what exactly this involves? The review of related literature when we say it is only going through.
No, madam. It's
Analysis. Analytics.
Okay. Any center would like to respond to SPFU?
That is the reason technical analysis or whatever already established clearly already there. Maybe that and also what are the other facts that are already established. So that will become our starting point. So that is also included in the review of literature.
Fine. Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else from Hassan, Haveri?
Madam, good morning, madam.
Good morning.
This is Mohan Kumar Chauhan.
Ji, sir. Go ahead.
Madam, about literature is concerned, plenty of literatures are available on any topic.
Right.
But we have to review the pertaining literatures, and also we have to segregate the literature according to our problems.
Right. So you mean to say it involves identification, classification,
segregation of literatures.
right? Classification on the basis of maybe the intervention, maybe findings, maybe the parameters, and
maybe based on the methodology,
right,
or
right,
based on some techniques.
fine. So
based on available tools. Example, today you look at the number of tools are available. Example,
right.
GIS is there, GPS
Right.
is there,
right,
and many other systems concepts are there.
okay.
How to identify the literatures and segregate those literatures, and we have to find out the gaps, finding the gaps.
Okay.
in the
So thank you very much. I think he has given very appropriate answer to that. Review of related literature does not involve only collection of material and going through the material, but it is much more than that. It means you need to identify the relevant studies to your problem. You cannot include any study which has been done. Many people, when they take up studies, whatever study is available in the area, say they have taken up management, but their study involves job satisfaction, stress, and emotional intelligence. But whatever is literature is available, it is not concerning the job satisfaction. They include it in the review of related literature. Whether it is relevant to the problem at hand or not, it's not analyzed. So identification of relevant means only those studies which have taken up job satisfaction, which have taken up stress, and which have taken up emotional intelligence. So all these three variables, the studies which have been done, forms a part of review of related literature. Or rightly said, when we go to writing or developing a software for a particular purpose, the softwares can be written in different languages, C, VS, C++, and Java, and so on. So many different languages can be used. Now here comes the question of, you cannot include C++. You need to see which particular language was more efficient and effective in writing a software to serve a particular purpose. So you need to include only those studies which have been in a particular language which you are going to use, and then how effective that language has been formed. You need to look. Another is, when you are trying to find the relevant literature, maybe you come across large number of studies which have been done in US, Canada, Australia, Germany, and so on. But you never look to how many studies have been done in my context, the Indian context, where I'm going to use this particular technique. So identification simply means that you try to see the variables, you try to see the context in which the study has been taken. And many a times when we do studies in technical education, we forget, we start including all the studies which have been done in the general education stream rather than in the technical education. So the studies need to be context specific. The related variables which you have taken up, that needs to be seen whether that study covers those variables or not. And then the person need to critically read through the material. It doesn't involve only identification. It requires ability to critically review that literature so as to identify the similarities, dissimilarities in the approaches, in the methodology, in the tools, in the findings, in the context in which the study has been taken up. And then it involves reproduction of the already carried out research. Because you have to write down an abstract and include it in your thesis. So if you look at the definition, it clearly says that review of literature is systematic. It cannot be haphazard. It cannot be an ad hoc approach followed to carry out the review of related literature. So what people do, they go to the journal, whatever article is available, they pick up included. That is not the way how review of related literature should be started. It should start with certain basic questions in mind, and every study needs to answer those questions. It is explicit. Explicit means whatever study you have included, that must clearly tell the reader what exactly was the study, what methodology was adopted, what were the controls exercised, and what is the finding of that particular study, and whether there is agreement or disagreement with the previous research or not. It is reproducible method. Reproducible means you are able to reproduce the research which has already been carried out. And it involves identification, evaluation, and synthesis of that. So it doesn't end with chronological presentation of the review. It requires higher abilities of critical analysis and synthesis. So that means you are evaluating each and every piece of research which is available and then putting it in a coherent manner in your dissertation work. And in addition to that, if you see a very simple definition which has been given, it is identification. Location. Location means where the review is available. Is it available in the book? Is it available in the journal? Is it available in the dictionary? Is it available in the index? Is it available in the main thesis written by the person? So there are a number of locations from where the review can be carried out. At present, you have web resources, that is all e-journals, e-thesis, Shodh Ganga, which is a repository of all the theses carried out in the country. So what is the location of that? Then analysis of documents containing information related to research problem. So in simple words, it is identification. It is critical evaluation of those pieces of research, and then it is systematic reproduction of the research which has already been carried out. With this understanding of the concept of review of related literature, let's go to the very third question. The third question I am posing to the house is, why is it essential to carry out review of related literature? क्यों जरूरी है review करना? Yes, any center would like to respond to? Mulana? Maybe University, the Department of Chemistry?
Why review literature is required?
Am I audible?
Hanji, please go ahead.
Ma'am, actually, literature review is required to know what is done previously and what are the gaps in the research.
Okay.
And it may possibly the technology available that time, the original research was done. Now we have better technology, better method. So maybe those problems could be solved now.
Okay, thank you very much. So one of the reasons is to identify the gaps. Any other center would like to reply to this? What are the...
To select the methodology.
Okay, another is to select the methodology. Anybody else?
More clarification on your objectives also, basically.
Okay.
You can get it.
Okay, so stating the objectives for a particular study also requires review of related literature. Any other center would like to respond to? Yes, please go ahead. क्या कर रहे हो? Yes.
To know the possible outcomes.
Okay, to know the possible outcomes. Chalo, let's quickly look at the purposes which are served by the review of related literature. Now here, I have given the references Johnson & Johnson and Flink. They have enlisted large number of purposes which are served by review of related literature. And the very first, learn about the areas and type of studies being done at the present time. Now, when a researcher is at a stage of selecting a problem, he goes through the literature. The purpose is to find out which is the area which is being researched these days. What are the current practices in research, whether research follows descriptive research, correlational research, or the focus has shifted to qualitative research, where more of case studies, ethnographic studies are being taken up. Another is what you have already said is maybe the technology used in 1980s was entirely different than the technology which is being available in the present day context. So the researcher goes through the material which is available in various sources of information to find out what are the emerging areas of research and where the people are trying to actually have their studies to increase or enhance the efficiency, effectiveness, productivity, or solve a problem which is faced by the industry or the society. Another is that you need to provide rationale for your study. So why you are taking up a study in this particular area, that can be the research which has been carried out. So justification for the study can be prepared on the basis of the research which has been done. So that means when you identify gaps in the research, that gives you the scope or an opportunity to take research, further research in that particular area. Another one is if research is inconclusive. Whatever studies have been carried out in the past, there is no conclusion which you can arrive at. The results are conflicting. One study say it has an effect, another study say it doesn't have any effect. That means there is still scope to undertake study in that area to arrive at certain definite conclusions. Then you go to that it helps you in defining the problem. It only doesn't help you in selecting the problem, but it helps you to define the problem. Define means what are the variables which you are going to manipulate, which are the variables you are going to control, and what are likely to be the possible outcomes of that study that can be seen from the previous studies which have been undertaken. And very rightly, one of our colleagues said that when you do the review of related literature, it helps you stating the objectives of your study explicitly. I'll give you, if you go to these sites, you come across people don't know how to write objectives. And here, when you look at the previous researches, it gives you a clear idea whether you are going to have your objective which simply says study, or to study the relationship, or to study the effect. Now these three things are different. Existing status you want to study, you want to build the relationship or association between two variables, or you want to manipulate one variable and see its effect on the other variable. So whether to study the effect is the right way of writing it, to study the relationship is the right way. So you get insight into what exactly you are aiming at, and you are able to break down that aim into its specific objectives. Then, very rightly at the center, person said select methodology. Now here, very rightly, initially, our colleague said there are different ways of taking up research. You can use survey research, you can use case study research, you can have experimental research, you can have ex post facto research, or you can have evaluation research carried out. So which particular design of research would be appropriate for taking up the study? That decision can be made by the researcher by going through the literature. So whichever technique has been most frequently used to study the effect, would you like to be in line with that technique, or would you like to have innovative method of studying the effect? Whether you would like to control the similar variable, or you would like to add one more variable which will act as a control variable in that particular situation to arrive at the conclusion. So design of the study, you get an insight into what methodologies have been used to undertake the study and what exactly you would like to take up, because you can find out the drawbacks in the designs which have been previously used. So you can identify the appropriate methodology for research. Then the sampling procedures. Many a times in sciences engineering, 3-5 observations. Now, is it sufficient that we go by 5 observations, or is it required that we have more number of observations? So sample means in engineering and science, if you're not including human resources, then the number of observations which are to be made. In case of social sciences management, we are more concerned with the number of people who need to be included. So what is the optimal size of a sample to draw generalizations or to arrive at the conclusions on the basis and generalize the findings on a particular population? That is the question which we can answer by going through the previous studies. Because when a study is presented, the delimitations of the study are also indicated. So you need to get a clue. You need to avoid those delimitations to arrive at generalizations. Then very rightly you have said the tools. So there are different techniques, different tools which can be used. So even if you're going to have the tools, somebody said you have different languages. In social sciences, we'll say that standardized tests are available. So which particular test is used to measure emotional quotient of the people? Or which particular test is being used by the researcher to measure the job stress? That we are going to zero down on the basis of the previous literature. Then it doesn't stop here. Once the review is carried out, it is used for analyzing and interpreting the findings of your study. When you go through the thesis, this is again a problem. When the findings of the study are discussed in the chapter, no link is built between the previous studies and the present study. So we do not say whether the findings are in tune with the findings of the previous studies, or previous findings, they lend support to the finding of the present study. We only present the finding of our study without building a connection between this. So while you are interpreting, many times the previous research will provide you the reasons for a particular finding. Why did you find a positive correlation? Or why did you find a negative correlation? Why did you find no correlation between the two variables? That reasoning you can arrive at from the previous studies. Then write proposals. Review also help you, because nowadays in engineering, science, humanities, you need to have sponsored projects. All faculty members need to write the proposal for funding. As a researcher, I need to write a synopsis to register myself for the PhD. There also, I need a review of related literature. Then to defend the current professional practices. Whatever are the existing processes, phenomena, conditions, those can be justified on the basis of the previous study. What researchers said, whether the current practices can be justified on the basis of evidence which is available. That is what we are looking at when we are going through the review. Then find out where to get support for your research. Now, many a times, science and engineering, you need to use a tool or a technique, but you don't have the technology available in your laboratories, in your workshops. When you go through the earlier studies, you come to know this work has been carried out in Germany in such university. Now you have the access to that person. You can write to the person, you can collaborate with the university, access their technology and utilize it for the research purpose. So you find out who's a person who has the expertise in that area. And if you really want an expert opinion on your proposal, on the methodology, on the sampling, or maybe the possible outcomes of your study, you can send your papers to that expert, get his critical opinion about that, and modify accordingly. So you can bank upon the expertise, you can bank upon the resources, you can bank upon the technology, you can bank upon the tools which are available, not in your institution, but outside the country also. This is the beauty of ICT now. Then provide access to evaluated programs and help to select criteria to do our own assessment. Now here, if say certain software has been evaluated, you know the criteria on the basis of which that software has been evaluated. If an architectural design has been evaluated by somebody, it gives you a glimpse of the criteria used for evaluation of an architectural design. You can use the same criteria. You can adapt the criteria according to the context in which you are taking up a research, or you can modify the existing criteria if you think it has certain limitations. So the existing criteria for evaluation can be adopted, adapted, modified. So the researcher jobs become easier because there is some base information which is available, right? Then satisfy the curiosity about an issue. Many times it happens like you have developed a software in the computer lab, you have validated in the laboratory setting. But now what are the reactions of your customers to that? So are there studies which have been carried out where the customer satisfaction, now say for Windows 2016, we all use that. Windows 2016, how many people are satisfied with 2016? How many were satisfied with 2010 or Windows 8 or so on? If I have to do, is there any study which is available? So I don't want to take up a research study, but I only want to satisfy my curiosity whether I'm facing difficulties. Are the people across the board satisfied with new version of Windows? Are they happy? So I would like to go through the literature. So these are some of the purposes, and in nutshell, I would say the review of related literature, when taken up, it serves significant purposes. Significant purposes by answering the following questions. Now, what are these questions? Question, has the problem been researched earlier or not? If there are large number of studies and they are conclusive, then maybe an indication to me, there is no need to take up further research in this area because all the studies are arriving at the same conclusion. I can very well accept that. So maybe there is no future scope of research. But yes, if there is some kind of inconclusive finding, or there are limited number of variables included in a particular study, different studies, different variables have been studied, maybe it leaves a scope for taking up further research. Then I said it will answer your question, what is the need for study? So you are trying to identify a gap and trying to fill in that gap by taking up further research. What variables have been studied? So where the focus of the previous research has been. So whether you would like to include similar variables, same variable, or you would like to add or delete one or two of the variables, or the things which have not been controlled, you would like to control those variables. Then what were the research questions or research objectives, what design, then in what context and on what sample the study was conducted, what measuring tools, and what were the findings, were the findings conclusive or inconclusive, and do findings of studies contradict or support your finding. So all these questions which are there in the mind of the researcher can be answered with the help of review of related literature. So it serves number of purposes. If it serves, then the question arises, many times people say, the bigger the review of literature, better it is. Do you agree? This is a statement. Bigger doesn't mean better. Why? Why do you say so? Why do you say so? Bigger doesn't mean better. Yes?
Madam, it should be appropriately related to your problem.
Okay. So it is the significance is the relevant. If you are able to synthesize the literature which is available, it serves better purposes rather than just including studies from 60 onwards till 2016. So that means I'm going to cover studies for the 46 years. Bigger doesn't mean better. You need to restrict. Maybe you say, okay, for the past 20 years, research which has been carried out in the area, I'm going to review that. So you impose a delimitation on yourself that you are going to review only studies which have been taken up, kab se kab tak? 80, 82, 20 years bola, so 86 to 2016. So I'm not going beyond 80. I'll not include studies related to 75, 74, 73. But if your area of research has not been researched by many people, but there are scanty studies, then each studies need to be minutely reviewed. If there are only 15 studies which have been carried for the past 20 years in the area of my research, then all those 25 studies need to be included in the review. But I need to go into minute details of those 25 studies. That also I need to take into account. Then let's go to the next question which I had raised. What are the sources of literature? A simple question raised to the participant. What are the sources of information? Boliye.
Hello.
Hanji.
Madam, I'm calling from Gandhi Engineering College.
Hanji, please go ahead.
The sources of literature may be in concern of existing problem statement, whatever already defined.
Right.
And also, we are having brainstorming session. We find out some the concept of literature of any problem statements. Then survey, or we are following some review of some related to already working of the fields that application fields related to that subject. So in that concern, we find out these are the way of sources to find out some literature in concern of some concepts.
Sir, sources of literature, as you said, brainstorming is a technique to find out the ways the problem can be solved. Maybe
Yes.
you are coming out with different methodology, different sample, different approach, or
Yes.
maybe, right? So brainstorming is when you really want to generate alternate solution to the problem without evaluating those alternatives. That
Yes.
is brainstorming. It's generation of ideas.
Yes, ma'am.
But when we say sources of literature, I am particularly referring to what are the different sources from where you try to get the review of related literature. Can you be more specific, sir? You refer to books, you refer to journals. What else? What else? Conference papers,
Conference.
websites, e-journals, or kuch?
That means that concept already defined, means existing some.
Yeah, so existing body of research from where you can get the information. Now see the list of the information. See on the PowerPoint. हाँ जी, PPT दिखाओगे तो बोलेंगे, है ना भी दिखानी पड़ेगी ना. Okay, dictionaries. What you get out of dictionary? What do you get out of the dictionary when you are doing research? Yes, Boli? Okay, the meaning. If you are using a particular variable, say reinforcement. Now, what is the exact meaning of that word reinforcement that is available in the dictionary? Thesaurus. Thesaurus gives you synonyms. If I'm using reinforcement, are there other words which convey the same meaning? I go to thesaurus and check so that when I go to review of related literature, I can use or, and. I can use those words and narrow my search or broaden my search. Then indexes. What are indexes? What do we get from indexes? Yes. Anybody who would like to clarify what are the indexes? आप देखते हो ना इंडेक्स दिया होता है, सब्जेक्ट इंडेक्स, ऑथर इंडेक्स, तो इंडेक्स क्या होगा?
Hello.
जी प्लीज गो अहेड.
That index refer to the particular concept already somewhere defined. Means that index page number, like that means journal refer to.
Okay, that is one aspect, sir. When I say index, index is enlistment of the work which has been carried out in that area. There are educational indexes, there are psychological indexes available where you get to know what are the kind of researches which have been taken up in this area and where that research is available. Then you have encyclopedias. Many of you might be referring to encyclopedia. How encyclopedia differs from a book or a journal? Yes? How it differs from a book or a journal? पढ़ा तो होगा कहीं पे. वर्ल्ड एनसाइक्लोपीडिया पढ़ा होगा, साइंस एनसाइक्लोपीडिया देखा होगा. So what is that? Anybody who would like to throw light on? Okay, so encyclopedia, thank you so much. Encyclopedia provides you a very comprehensive, consolidated information on a particular topic, starting from its origin to its current level practice. So it gives you The theoretical formulation, it gives you the current level of research and how the research has grown over a period of time and what are the current practices in that particular area. So it is very comprehensive but brief information about a particular area of specialization or a topic. Then books. Books are a source of theoretical foundation for any researcher. And books can be one author which has very coherent information available. Books are also edited version of, or books maybe where different chapters have been contributed by different people. So you can use books for undergoing or for studying the underlying theory component to what your research is. Then abstracts. Abstracts are available in many forms. You have annotated abstracts also and you have abstracts also. What is the difference between abstract and annotated abstract? नहीं, I think मैं गलत हूँ. Book can be booked as well as annotated reference to that book. But abstract contains the complete information, right? Then you go to research reports and thesis. Research report to aapko jante ho. So maybe it is produced by an organization, by an industry, by a researcher, anybody. And thesis, which is a partial requirement for a person to complete his master's or doctoral work. References and bibliographies. अंतर है कोई references and bibliography में? Anybody who can differentiate between the two? Simple term है reference and bibliography. Yes. Any center would like जी?
Yes.
हाँ जी. Any center would like to clarify the
Yes,
difference between reference and bibliography?
Yes, ma'am. I'm calling from Gandhi Engineering College.
Ji.
Ma'am, related to bibliographies means whatever we have followed with for our writing that concept. What are the following journals and conferences we have followed? That should be we have references. That should be called as references. What are the related to journals? We refer it to analysis the concept.
Sir, chalo, I think you have started the discussion. Reference means any cited reference in your text and you enlisted at the back, that comes under references. But any work which you have referred for undertaking the research, but you have not cited that in your text, that becomes a bibliography. So where the exact cited references are including, that is reference. Where all the work which you have consulted but not referred into the text, that becomes a bibliography. So they provide you information about the various types of studies, the books, journals, articles which are available related to your area of work. Then annotated bibliographies. Now bibliography is simply giving you the reference of that work. But annotated bibliographic gives you an abstract what is contained in that reference. That is given. Say for example, I give a book like I say Dalip Singh, Emotional Intelligence and Prentice Hall and so on. Now this is simply I've included in the bibliography. But annotated bibliography will be the book written on emotional intelligence by Dalip Singh has been divided into 7 chapters. The first chapter deals with this, second chapter deals, it gives me an overview of what is contained in that chapter. That is annotated bibliography. So when I refer to annotated bibliography, I make a decision whether I should go through that book or not. Bibliography only give me this book is available. So whether it will be relevant or irrelevant, I can't make a judicious choice. Journal. So what information is available in journals? Journals.
They deal with any specific subject.
Okay. And they deal with current practices. So what is current research going on and what are the current perceptions, current opinions? Journals normally provides you current information. Then review in journals and compiled works. This is another source of information. When I say review in journals, many journals towards the end would include a book review. And you get to know that a person who has read a particular book, his critical opinion is available at the end of the journal. So now that makes you wiser whether you need to go through or you don't need to go through. Maybe if somebody is putting a very critical comment on something, maybe you are motivated to go through that, oh, why the person is criticizing this book so much? I should also read through. Collective works. What are collective works? Collective works. People who have done work on different aspects of same topic, now they join hands together and come out with a comprehensive report. That is a collective work. Or when people are now collaborating across the globe for the research component, so it is done in Australia, India, Russia, USA. All these 4 people are working in different contexts, but then they join hands and present the findings of. Or maybe I'm working on a very significant or a minute part of a research study. And other person is working on another part, and then they club it and then provide the comprehensive review. That is collective work. Now, can you classify these sources of information into any broad categories? कुछ emerge होता है from all this list of review of related literature?
एक कैटेगरी तो हो गई जर्नल्स वगैरह की हो गई, जर्नल हो गई, पीएचडी थीसिस हो गई, ये हो गई जो करंट है बेसिकली. एक इंफॉर्मेशन हो गई बुक्स हो गई, तो बहुत ओल्ड पड़ी हैं,
नहीं भी होती है.
हाँ, नहीं भी होगी.
Okay.
बट कभी
Okay. Okay. Any other way of classifying these sources of information?
Hello.
Hanji.
Good morning. This is from Satish from
Hanji,
GC
please.
Hassan.
Hanji, please go ahead, sir.
The sources of information, the primary and secondary and tertiary. The primary means which is the first-hand information. Example like journals. And the secondary is textbooks that is refined from the journals.
Fine, thank you very much. So the technical,
the tertiary,
yeah, sir, tertiary to preliminary bolenge. So
yes.
We have 3 different types. Thank you so much. You are absolutely right when you say that you can classify yes. these sources into 3: preliminary information, which you get from dictionary, thesaurus, indexes, abstracts, you get this information. Then you have primary sources of information. That means the person who has undertaken a research has published the research. He is the author of that work. It is primary source of information. Then the secondary source of information is, I as a researcher quote the work of, say, Dr. Sunil, Dr. Bedi, or Dr. Tulsi, and so on. So I become the secondary source of information. I've gone through the work. Now I am I'm including those work and commenting on that work. That is secondary source of information. So you have dictionary, indexes, thesaurus, they are what preliminary sources, or even indexes, they are primary preliminary. Then you have primary is reports, thesis and journals, they are primary sources of information. Secondary sources, say book contains a chapter on the research carried out in a particular area. So that becomes a secondary source of information. A journal article which gives you review of related literature, for that review, it becomes a secondary source of information. So all these three sources of information you need to tap, and it is always desirable we start with preliminary information, preliminary source, then we go to the secondary and the primary source of information. You save a lot of time. Then the review, there can be certain sources of information which are empirical based, others are opinion based. All your conceptual papers, they are actually opinion based. And all your data information based articles, they are empirical based. So one researcher needs to be very clear, is it only an empirical study or is it only the perception, opinion or of the person who's writing that? So you need to be able to differentiate between the two. So then we move on to that. Here you have, okay, I think I need to go back. All these with the technology, now you have access to large number of sources of information. I'll just give you a glimpse of, not going through the details of, but a glimpse of the sources which are available. Okay. Usko kaat hi diya hoega. Fine. I think I missed that. But anyway, let's now move on to the next question. What are the steps involved in review of related literature? Boliye ji, agar mujhe review karna hai, what are the steps involved in review of related literature? When we said it is a systematic process, what are the steps involved in review of related literature? How one should proceed?
We have to identify the related studies.
Okay. How do we identify the related studies?
Which I have taken. Are those variables included in the previous studies or not?
Okay. इसको क्या बोलते हो टेक्निकली? ठीक हो आप? वेरिएबल जो आपने लिया है, that should be taken into consideration. So it is a systematic process. Anybody who would like to throw light on why we say it is systematic? Because it involves number of steps. And I would simply give you Johnson and Christensen. They have tried to give you a list, the steps which can be followed. But I go to another classification given by Gay, which is a simpler way of looking at the steps involved in carrying out review of related literature. The very first step is identifying the keyword. Now here, when I say the keyword, it is, for example, I said I'm going to study, compare the strength of steel and glass reinforced concrete. Now, say for example, I have the title of the study, compare the strength of steel and glass reinforced concrete. Now here the keyword is strength, steel reinforced, glass reinforced concrete. So these are my keywords which I am going to use while I go to review of related literature. Or say for example, I am writing develop an algorithm. Develop an algorithm for किस चीज के लिए करेंगे? Anybody? एल्गोरिदम क्यों कर रहे हैं? Algorithm to write a program for ensuring security in local area network. मैं algorithm develop कर रही हूँ to ensure security in the local area network. Now, what are my keywords here? The keyword is, yes, algorithm, local area network, and maybe security. So let me take an example from management that I'm trying to study. The problem statement or the title of my work is Leadership Styles, Job Satisfaction of Employee, and Employee Commitment. Now, relationship among the leadership style, job satisfaction, and employee commitment. Now, it's very simple. What are the 4 ingredients here? Relationship, leadership style, job satisfaction, and employee commitment. So, from the title of your study, you can identify the key words, and then you can look into those keywords, and you can broaden or narrow the keyword search. वो कैसे करेंगे? When you go to the website search engine, you can use the word and you narrow the search, because it will immediately give you the result for 2 things together. Or broadens our search. आपने कर दिया, और आपने कहा either it is emotional intelligence or emotional quotient. So wherever this term appears in the literature, all those studies would be included there. Not narrows our search. आपने लिखा emotional intelligence, right? एंड में तो मैंने लिख दिया था इमोशनल कॉम्पिटेंस. एक ही बात हो जाती है कि कॉम्पिटेंसेस क्या आ जाती हैं. बट व्हेन आई एम यूजिंग इमोशनल, सो आई एम नॉट ट्राइंग टू फोकस ऑन इमोशनल स्टेबिलिटी. सो आई से इमोशनल इंटेलिजेंस, नॉट इमोशनल स्टेबिलिटी. कर सकती हूँ. I say extrovert, that is my study, not introvert. So I am only interested in how extrovert perform in a particular situation. I'm not concerned with how introverts perform in a particular situation, right? So I'm trying to narrow a search by putting not. I'm broadening a search by including and or. ठीक है? Then ये दोबारा क्यों आ गया जी? मैं ही गलत हो गई. ओके, अब देखिए आपके पास you have Google, you have Excite, Hotbot, web crawler, Lycos, Dogpile, Mama, Rouge. All these search engines are at your disposal from where you can go and find out your literature. यूज करा किसी ने? नहीं करा? करा? Anybody? आप रिसर्च की रिव्यू के लिए कौन कौन से सर्च इंजन? गूगल. ओके, आप देखिए. yes, I think these are number of sites which are available. Internet पे you have large number of sources. There are public internets which are giving you Argus Clearinghouse, Education Internet Guide, Britannica Internet Guide, Internet Public Library, and so on. These are all public internet sources which you can tap. ये तो थे आपकी web sources. In print, you have all journals, books, dictionaries, encyclopedias, which are available in your libraries, and you can refer to those. I'll just give you a few examples of these. When you are going to various sources, you have dictionaries. And today, you don't have general dictionary. You have a medical dictionary, you have physics dictionary, right? You have electronics dictionary. So go to a specific dictionary so that you get a technical meaning of the term which you are using. This is Wiley Online Library, which gives you Wiley Encyclopedia of Electrical and Electronics Engineering. So there are a number of publishers who have now started with their online libraries. Books are available like Pearson, Sage, you have Prentice Hall. All those sources are where you can have books, you can have encyclopedia, you can have dictionaries which are available to you online. Then you have, see here, IEEE Explorer. Many of my colleagues from engineering and technology, they would refer to IEEE Explorer. Go to the journals. If you are a subscriber to this, then you can have full download of the articles which are available. And you have large number of areas covered here. Then there is one Science Direct. Very reliable source of information for all your studies in the field of engineering and technology. Otherwise, you get all these studies, right? Then you have directory of open access journals. Now this directory provides you a list of 9,412 journals which you can freely access. And you have 6,582 searchables at article level. ये आपके पास है, और data information from 128 countries is available. और ये total number of articles which you can access. जब मैंने इसको अभी थोड़ी दिन last month I accessed it. Then you have annual reviews which are available. अब ये भी आपको online available हैं which you can access, and you can see during 1 year what has been done in that particular area, annual reviews. Then you have journals which provide you current information. Then you have all these international journals. Aajkal everything is accessible on a click of a mouse. You don't need to. Aage review used to take up 6 months. Abhi to you can do it if you are consistent in your effort, half of the time which is that was needed earlier. Ab ye, I don't know how many of you refer to all these professional associations. They have journals in specific areas. Springer is another one where you get a lot of information on various branches, starting with bioengineering, then going to signals and communication and so on. And this is what we all refer to Google Scholar. And you have access to number of studies. Then there are government sites which can form the basis of your research in India. आपकी नीति आयोग बहुत कुछ आपको मिल जाता है. MHRD की साइट पे आप जा सकते हैं. NBA की साइट पे आप जा सकते हैं. Policy documents you can. Then you have, this is our AICT site which is available. Then this is the repository of the thesis which have been submitted in various fields in India. That is Shodh Ganga, freely accessible. कोई भी चाहे कोई भी thesis आप full देख सकते हो उसमें. And then, हाँ जी, now आपने sources of information tap कर लिए. Then you go locate that information on the source. Then you review and summarize. अब देखिए इसमें ना बहुत जरूरी क्या है कि whenever you go to a particular source, identify an article or a piece of research, first thing is go through the abstract in totality. On the basis of reading the abstract, you can decide whether I need to go through the article, or is it relevant to what research I'm going to take up, or is it irrelevant to what I'm doing? Is it worthwhile to go through? So you take a decision by just going through the abstract. So when you are reading through an abstract, आप क्या कर रहे हो? Actually, then you go to going through the headings and subheadings of the article. So you are skimming through. Skim करते हो, just निकालना होता है कि relevant है या नहीं है. Many times we scan through the articles. Scan means क्या इस article में ये terminology यूज हुई है, ये वेरिएबल इसने स्टडी किया है, then we scan through the article and look for a particular variable. Once I find that the article is relevant, then I read that article to understand that article. Reading for understanding. Once I read it for understanding, then I try to find answer to the questions I have raised in the beginning of my review. कि इसमें objective क्या थे, इसकी methodology क्या थी, इसका sample क्या था, इसकी findings क्या है, इसकी delimitation क्या है, और इसके suggestions for further research क्या है. So I try to prepare an abstract or summarize that article with respect to those 6 questions which I have raised in the beginning. So आप उसको करते हो, पढ़ते हो, फिर साथ ही साथ आप उसकी रेफरेंस को completely jot down करते हो. As a researcher, we faced number of problems when I did my research in 80s. We didn't have any internet at that time, so we used to go to the library. And if I had missed a reference, it was a hell to locate the same reference from the library. क्योंकि वो याद ही नहीं होता था कि किस जर्नल में, किस बुक में आपने ये बुक पढ़ा था. But is very relevant. Now you need to scan through each and every piece of information to arrive at that. और कभी कई बार मिली भी नहीं. So you need to delete that work from your thesis. This has happened. But now with the technology, you are able to record that reference in toto immediately once you approach it. तो मुश्किल ही नहीं है, वहां से कॉपी करिए, अपने पास रखिए, and then you can organize that whether you want to do it in APA format or you want to do it in IEEE format, वो फर्क हो जाता है. अब आपने रेफरेंस भी बना ली है, समरी भी बना ली है, और आपने कुछ चीजें हैं जो डायरेक्ट कोट्स उठाई हैं वहां से. तो दैट शुड ऑलवेज बी इन कंप्लीट फॉर्म with inverted commas. With inverted commas. And once you have prepared a summary, you need to code that article. Summary. आपने जो बनाया abstract, उसको कोड कीजिए. Coding means, जैसे कि हमने कहा था glass reinforced, तो मैंने glass reinforced का abbreviation दे दिया GR, steel reinforced का दे दिया SR, and strength को मैंने लिख लिया S and small t. अगर एक आर्टिकल ने सिर्फ ग्लास रीइंफोर्स्ड को कंक्रीट से कंपेयर किया है, तो आई पुट ग्लास रीइंफोर्स्ड C, ये कोडिंग दे दीजिए. अगर उसने दोनों को स्टडी किया था, ग्लास रीइंफोर्स्ड और स्टील रीइंफोर्स्ड, तो GR and SR, that I did. अब मैंने फाइंडिंग में देखा कि glass reinforced was more strength, had more strength than the steel reinforced. तो मैं क्या करती हूँ, GR higher than SR उसके ऊपर लिख दिया. So when I consolidate all this, जितनी स्टडीज मेरी GR greater than SR कह रही है, वो क्लब कर देती हूँ. जितनी कह रही है नो, उसको क्लब कर देती हूँ. So I put coding on the abstract. So that becomes handy, easier for a researcher to consolidate the information. अब देखिए, जो आप लिखते हो, it has to be consistent, clear, complete and correct. ये 4 important characteristics your abstract should, or the summary which you have prepared, you must ensure. Why consistency is required? Because if you are going to synthesize the information, if each piece of information is including the answer to the similar question, it is easy to synthesize. And if each piece is giving a different information, synthesis becomes a problem. So consistent style rakhiye so that you are able to collate the information at the end. Clarity. Don't use any abbreviation if you are not able to recall it later at a later point of time. always use standardized abbreviations. And whatever you write has to be legible, clear, so that it makes sense to you. Clarity. अगर आप ही नहीं बता पा रहे कि क्या कहना चाह रहे हो, कोई बाहर से आके तो बताएगा ही नहीं, because you have written that. Then complete. Complete means everything you wanted to include in your summary while collating the information. That information should be available and it should be accurately written, because we are saying you are simply reproducing the work which has been done. So it has to be correct. I cannot give my own interpretation to what the researcher has written. I can only critically comment on that research, right? So it has to follow these 4 characteristics. अब मैं और यहाँ पे कुछ points हैं कि if you want complete, a paper has been found which is very much directly related to your work and you would like to refer to it again and again, then it is always desirable that you retain a full copy of that paper. Okay? So that you don't miss any important point which you would like to refer to at a later point of time. Kuch cheezein like table you want to include in the summary, and your abstract you would like to include in the, say for example, criteria. Now criteria has been enlisted in the paper. एक है कि मैं उसके points लिख लूं, एक है कि उसने weightages दी है. So I just get a photocopy of the table and I reproduce that. It gives correct information in a simple manner, right? So I need not go into details. So koi bhi graph, chart, figure, which is important and you would like to include in your work, have a copy of that retained on your system or retain a photocopy of that. So this is the most important part of your review of related literature. इकट्ठा तो कर लिया. Now the task is to synthesize the information. और synthesize के लिए I would say अभी card कोई नहीं बनाता. Nobody goes in for a card preparation. So this point you can miss wherever you have retained the information. If you have done the coding, it becomes very easy. So normally I would say you have a tabular form and one side you write author and researcher, the year in which the work was done. Then you have the variables, V1, V2, V3, if there are 3 variables in the study. Then the methodology. Methodology, now you are saying whether it was descriptive, survey was there, case study was there, experimental was there, ex post facto. So whichever design is most applicable. Say, bande ne sirf correlations padhi hai. So you say correlational study. If the person has gone in for experimental study, cause and effect relationship, then you say experimental. So maybe 1 or 2 designs are applicable in your case. Put that design. Context, whether the study was in the laboratory, was it a simulated one, was it having the real data from the real time people. So context, where the study was taken up. बहुत सारे लोग आजकल हम simulate कर लेते हैं conditions and we see the output of that. But real life, you can't control all those variables which you can control in the laboratories. So it is always better that you try to classify कि simulated environment है या real life environment है. And then the findings. Findings, correlation would be only 3, positive, negative, and 0. Then if you have effect, significant effect, no effect, in favor of whom? वो आपने 3 column. So you try to classify each study. It gives you a snapshot of your studies, similar nature, you club, and then logically present those studies in your review of related literature. So ये जो आपका review है, again it must be complete, correct, clear, कोहेरेंट एंड कंसाइज। तो अभी मैं सिर्फ आपको एक दो चीजें और बोलना चाहूंगी। लीव दिस। ये आपने रेफरेंसेस एंड बिब्लियोग्राफी की बात की थी। सो I would say if you are a person from social sciences, you need to adopt APA pattern of writing reference. If you are a person from science and engineering, maybe you are following IEEE pattern of writing the references. तो जब आप APA का references follow करते हो, तो you can see how do we include the second name followed by the initials, then which has published. ये आपका आ रहा है। Books का है author surname followed by the initials or first names, and then the title of the book, then place of date of publication, title of the book, then place and the publisher name. ठीक है जी? This remains. I think I need not go into all this because ये आपको on the website, you can go to APA, you can see the 6th manual, and you can see the total guidelines for how to write references for a journal, for book, for, and this IEEE की तो सब जगह पड़ी है. So you can get the references. Even your computer these days, if you have added the references, you select those references and then ask the computer to do it. It does the referencing in a particular style. So 3 styles have been added: MLA, APA, and in IEEE. So वो आप easily you can go through, but make sure you use the correct style. कोई भी latest journal उठा लेंगे, उसमें जो style है वो आप follow करें. So that is always with respect to the requirements. So this is all about review of related literature, that it serves very important function and it tries to answer many of your questions, starting with identification of the problem, defining the problem, then selecting the methodology, then selecting the tools, then analyzing, interpreting the results of your finding, and arriving at logical conclusions of your research. Any question if the participants have at different centers or here in the ETB studio are welcome. Any question from the centers? All are connected?
Yes, ma'am.
All 18? Gino kinne. So any question from any of the centers?
Hello.
Ji, please go ahead, sir.
Madam, that related to that brief description about that how do we go for surveying and also writing the chapter and journal papers, conference. So,
sir, I think writing of a report that will be taken up towards the end of the program, and
yes,
journal article will also be taken up. So at present, I'm only dealing with how to review the literature and how to organize it.
Okay, ma'am.
And that will be taken up.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
हाँ जी. Any other question from me? Sir, आपके center में आप ही attend करें या और भी हैं?
Attend कर रहे हैं madam हमारा.
We are not able to see the audience.
Yes, that camera is not movable, so means it's fixed. So
how many participants are there, sir?
Ma'am?
How many participants are there?
Ma'am, 10 members, ma'am.
10 only? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. 10.
ठीक है जी. You are from Gandhi Engineering College?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So
yes,
if there are no questions from the audience, we break for a cup of tea and we reassemble at 11:35 for the presentations on the task which Dr. Sunil has given to you. I hope the centers are ready with the presentations. Hello? सब गए? सबनों पूछना पैना है. चलो मैं I by one.
Hello.
जी, SRM University.
I'm from SPFU Karnataka, madam.
जी sir.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Really, it is you have given in detail about the literature review. We are very thankful to you for your wonderful presentation, madam. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, please clarify
Yeah,
whether
madam.
the participants are ready with the presentations.
I'll ask again.
Okay, so 11:35 we'll have half an hour. Maybe we'll finalize the presentation, and at 12 we'll start with the presentation. So I'll be here by 11:35. Request all the participants to be here.
Madam, can you hear us? Hello. Hello.
Sir, you have a question? Please go ahead. बोलिए बोलिए. I am here only.
Regarding research, what they have told yesterday? They asked you to present.
Sir, hello.
Hello.
Anji.
We are from SPFU.
Right.
Just to talk. So good morning, I am Kishore Kumar.
Good morning, sir.
So I have few PPTs with me that is related to the basics of the research. If you want, I will present after 11:30.
Basics of research, nahi sir. Actually, Dr. Sneel has asked the centers to identify a problem, write the objectives, and write the hypothesis, which they would like to share.
Excuse me, madam. In this regard, we have made 6 group in our center,
Fine.
and all the groups they are preparing the this thing, whatever work you assign to them.
So
They'll
maybe
be presenting. They'll be presenting in the this thing after 11:30.
So 11:35 will start with the
Yes.
presentation. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Madam, are you expecting it to be a oral presentation or PPT presentation?
Sir, if you have the PPT, then we can share the screen from your end, and we'll be able to see the PPTs. You can
Okay.
use the PPT.
Okay, okay. Madam, we will whatever mode it is there, we'll just present it.
Okay.
Thank you, madam.
Okay. Welcome,
Hello.
sir. Hanji.
Ma'am, from Gandhi Engineering College, we have already sent that PPT related to be discussed at time of 11:35.
किसको भेजी है आपने मुझे?
हाँ मैम, आपको मैं भेजा हूँ मैम.
अच्छा जी, आपके पास भी है?
Yes मैम.
चलो मैं 11:35 पे आके आपकी निकाल लेती हूँ from my email. It is on Gmail you have sent. So I'll
Yes.
just check it.
Ma'am, on NITTR mail I have sent.
हाँ
it.
जी. I'll just get a copy out of that, and then we'll have the presentation
Ma'am,
from.
we have only prepared 3 slides.
Okay, okay, sir. ठीक है जी. Thank you. Thank you. हाँ जी.
कोडी देखो. पुछरी है ना से. ये सर सुरेन सर क्राइटेरिया नोटा चेंज होबटी मन रखतंतु कर दियंतु फाइनल अपडेट हम पठेची सार आसला पर पासवर्ड मागी खाली लास्ट पार्ट चेंज हो एलुमिनी एंटरप्रेन्योर
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, check. ಹಂಗೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಇದಾಗುತ್ತೆ.
ಅಯ್ಯೋ ದೇವ, ನಿಮಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಾನು
ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಲೈವ್ Madam, these are yesterday's this thing. They are on YouTube.
ಅದನ್ನ ನನಗೆ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? Can you share it?
Santosh, yes, I'll your email ID.
Joint director at admdb@gmail.com.
Madam will have it.
ಅದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಇವ್ರದ್ದು ಇದೆ.
ಇದು ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡೋದು? ಇದು ಇವತ್ತಿಂದ ಲೈವ್. ಈ ಶೇರ್ ಇದೆ. ಇಮೇಲ್ ಕೊಡ. ಮೇಡಮ್ Madam, this is correct. Madam, website, nimdu email.
Joint director
ಡೈಲಿ ಈವ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸರಿ, ಇವಾಗ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? ನಮ್ಮ ಕಳಿಸ ಸರ್. ಲಿಂಕ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಲಿಂಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲ
SHAAN sir. AAN.
Expo invite.
Yes.
Meet Sushma Kumar. ಇದು ಮೇಲ್ ಐ ಡಿ ಇರಬೇಕಾ ಸರ್?
ನೀವು ನಂಬಿಕಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ನೀನಲ್ಲ
ಇಲ್ಲ
ನೀನಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಕಾಫಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಬನ್ನಿ
ಹಾಕಪ್ಪ ನೀನು ಹಾಕೋದಿನ ಯಾರು ಸರ್ ಇನಾಗ್ರೇಷನ್ ಹಾಕಿದಾರ ನಾಗೇಶ್ ಕರೀತದ ನೋಡು ರೋಸ್ಟ್ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿಸ್ತಾನೆ ಅದು ನಿನ್ನೆದು ಅಟೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ನಿನ್ನೆ ನೀವು ಯಾರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹತ್ರ ಇತ್ತು ಸರ್ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹತ್ರ ಅದನ್ನು ಸಫರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಬಾರಿ
Professor in Education and Education Management Department of National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research. First of all, extend very happy New Year to all the participants, delegates, invited guests, and the chief guest for the program on research methodology. I am pleased to inform you that we have
attending some seminars, some workshops, some conferences.
Such capabilities to contribute their mind, which is offered in Nigeria, and we
Responsibility state of placement in last decade. It was not expansion, it was just like explosion. The number of technical institutes came up. It was losing number. In fact, we people were not ready. And in expansion, major population country doesn't have quality teachers. Majority of the good students, even yesterday our Prime Minister was speaking from Bangalore. That was Pravasi Bharatiya Summilan was there, and he was discussing about brain gain. In place of brain drain, he was discussing about brain gain. How we can keep our talented students here, or the students of gone back, gone outside, can we bring them here for the purpose of enhancing the strength in the society? Good teachers, when I am saying the best quality of the students of the country are NTU, IIT, NIT, Central University, to one of the best institutes, maybe 100 in number or 150 in number. That means they are having the feeling of the society. And they are entering into these institutes, but surprisingly, not a single student of IITs who are doing BTech from there, they are taking admission in MTech. Not a single student. For becoming teacher, at least the qualification which is needed, they get to have MTech degree. Then only they are eligible for becoming a teacher. Most of these students, they are getting the packages. Either they are joining multinational companies or they are crossing the borders of the country for the purpose of doing their MS, MTech, and majority of them are not returning back to this country. The huge problem which we are facing that is we don't have qualified teachers. As you said, sir, MP sir, this is a noble profession. Teaching is a noble profession. And ये कहा गया है गुरु गोविंद दो खड़े काके लागू पाए बलियारी गुरु आपने गोविंद दियो बताए role of teacher has to be assumed even superior than the role of God. God is just creating. We people are molding. We are responsible for molding the career of the student. In a lifespan of a teacher, of a single teacher, he is molding around 3,000 students in his career. God has just created one human being. Teacher is molding them according to the needs of whole planet. You can imagine how strong we people are. So first of all, to every teacher, these programs which are conducting, it is not only that we are teaching them how research it has to be done or how inside class teaching it has to be done. One more thing is what is the role of a teacher? What is the expectation of the society? Society is having a lot of expectations from us. Everyone has to realize.
ಈ ತರ ಹೆಸರು ಬಿಡ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ಏನೇನು ಪೇಮೆಂಟ್ ಯಾರೊಂದು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ
Hello everybody. I welcome all the participants in the studio as well as participants at various solar centers to this third day or 5-day program on communication skills. Up to now we have covered both basic aspects of both verbal and non-verbal communication, that is listening, speaking, reading and writing, and aspects of non-verbal communication also. Yesterday you also had a session on oral communication and functional language. Now, as I mentioned yesterday, and the first day after during the inaugural program, today's morning session is comprising of two parts: articulation pronunciation, and we will be also doing exercises actually in the and we have with us Dr. Apna Asana that will be doing this session with us.
Teacher. These programs which are conducting, it is not only that we are teaching them how research it has to be done or how inside class teaching it has to be done. One more thing is what is the role of a teacher? What is the expectation of the society? Society is having a lot of expectation from us. Everyone has to realize. And even to every teacher I am saying that don't go behind the packages. Don't go behind the money. I'm not saying the money is not important, but it is not that important that behind that money we are ignoring these students. No. And even it's a fact of life that everyone has to report to God. Finally, our destination is God. When we will be reporting to God, there will be a balance sheet. And in balance sheet, it will be written, clearly it will be written that what we have contributed for the betterment of your friends for whom you were supposed to. When God will be asking that you became teacher, you were on the earth, you became teacher, but you have contributed. We will say, sir, contribute करने का तो time नहीं मिला, we were waiting for 7th pay commission. बड़ा लेट हो रहा था, डेवलपमेंट का वेट कर रहे थे, न मेडिकल टाइम पे मिला, न जो है ट्रेवल टाइम पे मिला, but that won't be in the challenge of the powers. Even a person like Chaitanya, he has gone most powerful man on this earth. He has gone MPA. Forget about our DNA, वहाँ तो ऐसी जायदाद थी कि जिसका कोई अंत नहीं था। एंड मरते टाइम सिकंदर की कंडीशन थी मेरे हाथ को बाहर रखना थे, लोग रियलाइज कर पाए कि इवन सिकंदर एज रिपोर्टेड टू गॉड एंड उसके साथ में नहीं देखेंगे। तो सबसे पहले मैसेज जो है मैंने पूछी थी कि प्रोग्राम के माध्यम से आई वुड लाइक टू कन्वे टू द टीचर्स, प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड योर रिस्पांसिबिलिटी। यू पीपल आर मोस्ट पावरफुल इन दिस सोसाइटी एंड आज से नहीं हजारों वर्षों से। कभी ऐसा टाइम नहीं था भगवान टीचर से सीधा संवाद करता था। आज तो श्रुति नाम तो यहाँ पे रखते हैं ना, लड़कियों का नाम श्रुति रखते हैं। श्रुति इज समथिंग वेरी स्पेशल नेम। Meaning of Shruti means Sunna. And wo Sunna tha. Lord was giving some instructions, and those instructions were being given by professors, and finally those professors were giving instructions कि आप अपने इस व्यवस्था को इस तरह से चलाइए. Decision maker was the professor. The most strong person on this part was the teacher. Teacher was nothing to do with the professor. We are and I'm saying the faith of the society, faith of the children even. Small children, they are having a serious faithfulness. 18 साल का बच्चा, 4 साल का बच्चा हमारे पे जो फेस करता है, आप कल्पना नहीं कर सकते. कुछ टाइम पहले हमारा एक पड़ोसी जो है, he was having so, इसका पता हुआ था मेरा पड़ोसी जो है, इसका पता हुआ था he has gone out with his family, तो उनको मजबूरी में पूरा हमारे यहाँ पे छोड़ना पड़ा. They requested me कि हम लोग जा रहे थे, देख आपको क्या करें. हमारे पास there was no option. Our neighbor is saying certainly we have to in the second we will get every hour we will get a phone call from
Hello. Hello.
टाइम पे दूध पिला दिया नहीं पिलाया, उसको बिस्किट खिला दिया या नहीं खिलाया. हमारी रात को every hour you are getting but you people will surprise to know the parents are sending their parts. Never we have any output from any parent कि मेरा बच्चा कर रहा है. देखो बच्चे की कोशिश कर रहा है, बच्चे की कोशिश नहीं कर रहा है. Reason for that they are having a strong faithfulness कि मेरा बच्चा सुरक्षित हो गया. नेबर को वो सुरक्षित मान रहा था, लेकिन टीचर अपने बच्चे के लिए he is assuming that my son, my daughter, my part is in safe hands. That much confidence society. If you are not prepared, you are not confident.
ಮೈಕ್ ಅದನ್ನ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು
ರೈಲ್ವೆ ಸೈಡ್ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಅಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಸರ್.
ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅವರು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನಂಬರ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದು ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ.
Centers, how many centers are connected? Now, good morning everyone. Welcome to the second session of the program. Let me clarify from the centers. SRM University. Yes, can I speak to the coordinator or the participant from SRM? मेरे नंबर पे हैं भाई. ऊपर करो, बड़ा करो इधर एक मिनट. ये वाला है नहीं? वीडियो नहीं है SRM तो मैंने सर्टिफाई कितना करना है? ओके, GJMIT, Gyan Jyoti Institute of Management and Technology. Are you there, Gyan Jyoti? Gyan Jyoti Institute of Management and Technology. बोलिए प्लीज. ABS Engineering College Ghaziabad. ABES. ABES College of Engineering and if I am not getting a response from the center, maybe I need to cancel the candidature of the institute. This is ABS. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 बस आ वाला तो है ही नहीं. The centers, if you are able to listen to me, please respond. ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੈਂਟਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਦੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਹਾਈ ਉੱਪਰ ਕਰਨਾ ਜਰਾ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਲੋਕੀ ਬੈਠੇ ਆ.
ਹਾਂ ਟੈਲੀਫੋਨ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਨਾ ਮੁझे ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਫੋਨ ਕਰ ਲਈ.
Hello.
Hello.
Madam, we have ready with our presentation. We have already sent to you, ma'am.
That is Government Engineering College.
Gandhi Engineering College, ma'am. Gandhi Engineering.
Yeah, Gandhi Engineering College. I've got yours. Let me check with the other centers. Are they available here? SPFU Karnataka.
Yeah, we are ready, madam. Just 2 minutes.
Okay. Please ask the participants to come quickly. Over to Hassan. Government Engineering College, Hassan.
No, ऐसे पूरा डाउनलोड है ना मुझे पूरा.
Angade Are we here? I'm not going to start the session unless and until the centers are responding to me. I would request all the coordinators, please inform the participants to occupy the seat. ABES. Ma'am, are you able to hear me? ABES Engineering College. Will you please respond? ये ABS है ना? मैम रिप्लाई तो कर दो. मैं तो फिर excuse me, ABES College.
Hello.
Anji, you are from ABES, sir? Okay. How many participants are there in the program?
There are 3.
How many? Sir, not your audio is not clear. If you can use the inbuilt mic of your computer, leave this external mic.
All the participants.
2 minutes. How many are there, sir?
There are about 30%.
I'm not able to see. Only 2 are sitting, sir. Okay. Okay. How much time it is going to take? Okay. Please inform them to join us. Over to CET, IILM, Greater Noida, IILM. Can I speak? CET, IILM. Hello. Anuradha or Swati Singh. Can I speak to Ms. Swati? I need. Okay. Indraprastha Engineering College. Priyanka. Can I speak to Priyanka, please? यार कुछ नहीं है. Government Engineering College, Haveri.
Yes.
Okay. Sir, how many participants are there at your center?
30, sir.
30. Okay. And Angade Institute of Technology, Belgaum.
Sorry?
Angade Institute of Technology, Belgaum. Angade Institute. What is the name of the board? Professor Kiran Kotkar, can I speak to you?
Yeah, madam.
Hanji, sir, how many teachers are attending the program with us?
Hello.
Hanji, how many? I would request all other centers to switch off the mic. There's a lot of disturbance going on. Please switch off the mics. Thank you. Welcome.
Yeah, madam.
How many participants are there with us?
Around 50.
Around
50.
50.
Yeah.
Sir, there are those. ये तो आपके पास 3 2 5 और 5 10 और 11 11 और 15 15 के ज्यादा तो है नहीं. There are 50 participants.
There was a team like all are coming.
तो टी टाइम तो ओवर हो चुका है ना, अभी तो 10 मिनट्स 12 हो गए हैं.
Within 5 minutes you would. Okay.
Sir, within 5 minutes क्या होता है?
Okay.
SPFU Karnataka. Government Engineering College, Hassan.
Yes, madam. Around 25 minutes.
Sir, how many participants are there? कितने participants हैं आपके?
25.
25. Okay. RV College of Engineering, Bangalore. RV Engineering College.
Madam, RV Engineering College, 36 participants. Hello.
Okay. All are here.
Madam, RV Engineering College, 3 presentations.
Okay. I'm coming to you, ma'am, but ask the participants to join the program. We are not able to select your participants.
36, madam. Participants 36 and presentations 3.
All are here, ma'am. All are here.
Yes, madam. All are here.
Okay. Niti Meenakshi Institute of Technology. Niti Meenakshi.
Good morning, ma'am.
Anji, good morning. How many participants are there, sir?
Registration was done for 30 members. Now currently,
कहाँ पे हैं 30?
sorry, ma'am.
Where are the participants right now?
Participants, our semester has started, ma'am. So they have, till 12 there are classes. So at 12 they'll join us.
Excuse me. When your participants are taking the classes, then your center is cancelling the center then. We are not here to speak to the empty classroom.
There are 10 members, ma'am.
नहीं,
They'll
but
be joined.
empty है ना? So how 30 are there then?
No, they've registered.
No, it is not done. If 30 had been cancelled, 30 should be here.
Yes, ma'am. They will.
I'm going to cancel the center.
They'll be coming in 5 minutes, ma'am. We'll arrange it.
You give a message. All the 30 should be here. Otherwise, cancel the center.
Sure, ma'am. Sure.
Auntie, please send a message. Then Modern Institute of Engineering and Technology, MIT. Are you there? This is MIT. May I speak to the local coordinator? Mr. Tarun Mahajan is there. Tarun is there.
Hello.
Ji, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Sir, ma'am, how many participants are there with us?
Ma'am, 37.
Okay. What are you, ma'am?
We have 37. Right now, we have 35 who are out for some important business.
But are they ready with the presentations?
To give the presentation.
आपको कल दिया था मैं टास्क.
Ma'am, there is a class for 30 days. We'll give the presentation in another 20-25 minutes.
Right. Okay. GC Carver. Government Engineering College, Carver. Thank you so much. Government Engineering College, Carver. GEC Karwar. Sir, are you ready with the presentation? GEC Karwar. Audio ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੰਨੀ noise ਹੈਗੀ ਜਲਦੀ ਕਿਉਂ ਹੈਗੀ? Noise ਇੰਨੀ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ?
Madam, can you?
Reason ਕੀ ਹੈ ਦੱਸੋ ਤਾਂ ਸਹੀ? माइक की भी प्रॉब्लम है। हाँ जी GEC Karwar।
Yes.
हाँ जी sir, are you will be ready with the presentation?
Yes, madam.
Okay. How many participants are there with us, sir?
40.
Okay. Thank you so much. Government Polytechnic B, Maharashtra. Government Polytechnic B. Can I say the local coordinator, Government Polytechnic B? College. Yes, local coordinator, Polytechnic B. Can I speak to Mr. Professor Sachin Agam? Is he here? Career Point University, Hamirpur. Career Point University, Hamirpur. इसको अच्छे तो पंच सेंटर होंगे बहुत है। Career Point University, are they there? Career Point is not there. Maulana University, Maulana. Sir, we are ready for presentation. Are we ready with the presentations or not? MM University ready है, ठीक है जी. Then Sobasaria Engineering College, Sobasaria. उन्होंने ज्वाइन नहीं किया. आज नहीं है तो बस कल नहीं करना उन्होंने. Then Ganga Institute of Technology and Management, Geetam, Jajjar. कल भी नहीं आए. Then we have Meerut.
Hello.
हाँ जी.
हाँ जी मैम.
हाँ जी, अपनी कितने पार्टिसिपेंट है मेरिट में?
10.
Okay. So are we ready with the presentation also, Meerut?
No, ma'am, we are not ready. Actually, because of sudden death of a staff member yesterday.
Oh.
Over at 4 o'clock.
Very sorry to hear that. Chalo. I think welcome back to the session. We have a few institutions who are ready with the presentation. So maybe I'm putting forward first the Gandhi Engineering College who have prepared the presentation. I would request somebody from the I would request all the centers to switch off the mics. Thank you. Over to Gandhi Engineering College. Over to Gandhi Engineering College.
Good afternoon, madam.
हाँ जी सर, आपको प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट सेलेक्ट करनी थी, तो वेयर इज द प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट? आई एम नॉट एबल टू see any problem selected by the group.
Hello.
जी, over to you, sir.
Ma'am, we have put the slides regarding that research problem.
Objective.
No, actually, what Dr. Sunil asked you to do was to select a research problem, give the title of the problem, write the objectives of that problem, and then write the hypothesis. So where is it? It is only
Yesterday.
No, it is not there. This is not the presentation we have asked for. Sorry, this is not the presentation. So if you have selected a problem and written the questions, then please share. That is not done. Okay. Now over to SPFU Karnataka.
Yes,
Over
ma'am.
to you, sir. SPFU. Go ahead with the presentations. State Project Facilitation Unit Karnataka. बोलो भाई, लब दो. वो डिस्कनेक्ट हो गया. करके बैठे. हाँ जी, over to you, ma'am. Go ahead.
Sam, sir.
No, Gandhi Engineering College, I'm not going for the presentation. It is now SPFU which will make the presentation, and we look at that, we give the feedback to the presenters. Over to SPFU. In the meantime, if SPFU, Hanji, please.
In Gandhi Engineering College, another faculty member who participated here, he is sharing his problem statement related to his own field.
Please go ahead. Please, bulaiye.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Hanji, good afternoon.
Ma'am, actually, I want to know that if suppose we want to pursue our research work in the field of underground mines, especially in the case of Jharial Dharma, then how can we ensure about the safe tunneling by using this research methodology? Because we know that in the mines area, most of the accidents are happening due to awareness means lackness. So can we improve in terms of research?
Mines may accidents which are taking place.
Yeah, ma'am.
Like to take up research on that. So yes, research can certainly be taken where you can think of a case where an accident has taken place. Maybe you go for a case study of that situation, identify the reasons why the accident took place, and then suggest the interventions to avoid accidents in future. A case study approach would be more feasible in that case where an accident has taken place. Or the kind of research which can be taken up is, if the mines, you know the context in which the people are working, you have the problems identified which can lead to certain problems, then you can also come up with strategies to mitigate the adverse effect of those problems. So even survey research can be taken up, research can be taken up, or if you can bring any innovative approach to managing the mines, how mines can be managed, then certain intervention, whether they will help in minimizing the accident chances, that you can study. So research can be taken up in this area also. So over to State Project Facilitation Unit, Karnataka. Sir, please go ahead with the presentations. Wasted a lot of time.
Hello.
Sir, you can share the screen if you have prepared the PPT.
कैसे दिन
Okay, orally के लिए बताइए.
Yeah. So the research statement is something like this, madam. Okay, so some investigations and comparative analysis on the design and modeling of CNT FET and FinFET based microelectronic devices for sub 10 nanometer technology node.
Sir, if you can repeat the statement.
Okay, so if you can just
Be little louder.
okay, some investigations and comparative analysis on the design and modeling of CNT FET and FinFET based microelectronic devices for sub 10 nanometer technology node. Okay, so this is the research problem statement. And
Doctor, Now, friends, you have listened to the statement and 2 words have been used: some investigations and comparative analysis. Now, what are your reactions on this statement? Is it okay? Okay. So there is feedback to the presenter that when you are giving the title of the problem, some investigation, this is not acceptable. If you can do away with it and say comparative analysis of designing of CNT and the other one, then it sounds better rather than using the word some investigation. Either you be specific which investigation you have, or you can include some investigation. It is okay. Go for the objectives of the study.
Yeah, research objectives are: first one, to study different modeling techniques for CNT, FET and FinFET devices.
Repeat to study.
Second one, to study the feasibility of CNT FET and FinFET for 10 nanometer technology node.
Okay.
Third one, to conduct a comparative analysis of power leakage of the CNT FET and FinFET devices. Fourth one, to study the limitations of the CNT FET and FinFET devices.
Okay. Now, with respect to the third objective, you have said to conduct a comparative study. Conducting is not an objective. Compare is the objective. So, please correct with respect to the third objective which you have included. It is not conduct comparative. We are not talking of the process, but we will be focusing on the outcome. So objective will be compare. Sir, do you agree?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you can modify it. Rest, that's it. Hypothesis have you formulated?
No, madam. Only research problem statement and the research objectives have been.
Okay, so thank you very much. May I know your name?
Yeah, Sharan Goda Patil, madam.
Thank you so much. Over to the second presenter. Thank you very much.
Hello, madam.
Please go ahead.
One more participant wants to give is
Please go ahead.
Myself, Sharan Raj, madam. Hello.
Please go ahead, sir.
Hello.
Anji, please.
Myself, Sharan Raj, madam.
Please go ahead, sir.
I have taken the research problem as a current industrial problem in one particular manufacturing process.
Okay.
So next one. So whatever the area of research I have taken on this particular steam turbine blades.
Okay.
Manufacturing of steam turbine blades, the problem arises in high pressure blades.
Okay.
Next one. So here the definition of the problem is high lead time was there to manufacture high pressure steam turbine blade in CNC machine.
High lead time manufacture high pressure turbine in CNC machine. Okay.
Next. So this is the process
Process.
So presently it was a manual machine.
Okay.
It has to be automated. Next. So this is a present process study where you can find a fixture. 4 different components have been loaded on a fixture. Next. So this is the incoming one. This is the finished one. So the main problem arises here. The loading is done manually, where you can find a sharp burr. It causes an injury for an operator.
Okay.
So the loading, everything is being done manually by operator for 4 different stations individually, one after the other.
Okay.
Next. So once the product has been manufactured in a CNC machine, you can find a fine burr after the component is finished.
Okay.
So this was once again lead to the automation of the process. Next. So this is the present study. What exactly the time was taken? 20.4 minutes was taken for manufacturing each plate.
Okay.
So when we identified what are the possible reasons, possible causes, we divided into Ishikawa diagram based on man, material, machine, and method. We identified possible causes. What is the reason for high manufacturing lead time? So in that we have highlighted from each sector and identified that manual loading and unloading was a major problem for this. A root cause for this was this. So the definition of research problem is, so manual loading and unloading of high pressure steam turbine blade in CNC machine was the problem. Next. So the objective of the study was to automate this loading and unloading high pressure steam turbine blade by pneumatic drive pick and place robot was the major objective for that CNC machine. If you do this thing, these are all the possible outcomes that you can achieve in the research. To reduce the manufacturing lead time, we can reduce it. So it will increase the productivity, it reduces the scraps, increases the machine utilization, and it achieves the high dimension accuracy. So how it increases outcome means, once you introduce a robot, the manual intervention will be less, so that the robot will not waste the enough time lag between the loading and unloading. It will do automatically. So meanwhile, for 1 hour, 8 blades was manufactured. So by doing this 9 blades, 1 blade will be increased. Since the loading is perfect, so that there is no chances of scrap in that manufacturing process. And the so these are references. Thank you.
Please go to the third slide from the end one. Yeah, just third slide. Now process, cycle time, then next one. Next one. Next one. Next. G. Please stop here. Now here, friend, the presentation which has been made, it appears to me this study has already been conducted and you are presenting to us that the first part of the study was to identify the possible for high lead time in manufacturing.
Yeah.
Okay. So that was the first part. You identified the causes and you have brought in the intervention that manual and automatic loading and unloading can decrease the high lead time in manufacturing, increase the productivity, and also lead to minimizing the blood in the product, finished product. So which study are you talking about? The first part or the second part now?
This part I'm speaking on. This is the second part.
So here you have written manual loading and unloading of high pressure blade in CNC machine. First thing I would like to comment is definition. The spelling are wrong. NITION. Please correct that. Definition of the research problem. It is actually not definition of the research problem. This is title. And once you talk of manual loading and unloading, this is only talking about the process of loading and unloading and the repercussions thereafter. But if you are trying to compare the effect of automatic loading and unloading, or you are doing the comparison between manual and automatic loading and unloading, then it's going to be a different study. So I would like to ask you, studying the existing process is enough to identify the outcome. So what is the lead time taken? What is the productivity? What is the quality of the finished product? If
Yeah.
you are doing that will be the process study. So
Yeah.
the title should have been effect of manual loading and unloading on the lead time in manufacturing, on the quality of the finished product, and you also said the accident prone hota
Yeah.
jata, that we can't study. We can't study in real situation. So the study would have been effect of manual loading and unloading.
Unloading.
On. If you are thinking of comparing the performance of manual loading and unloading with automatic loading and unloading, then the study title would have been effect of automatic loading and unloading on the finished product as well as the lead time in manufacturing. That could have been the study title.
Yeah.
So I have little request to rethink of the
Yeah.
problem title. And then go to the objective which you have written.
Okay.
Go to the objective which you have written.
Objectives.
Yeah, it is objective is automatic loading and unloading of these high pressure blade by pneumatic drive pick and place robot on CNC. No, that is not the objective of the study. If you are going by the title, then it only gives manual loading and unloading. Objective cannot be automatic loading and unloading. It cannot be. If you are trying to have the title as manual loading and unloading, the objective is to study the effect of manual loading and unloading on the lead time in manufacturing.
Okay.
Right? Or to determine the lead time in manufacturing in case of manual loading and unloading of the high pressure blade by this high pressure blade.
Okay.
If you are using it automatic loading and unloading, then the objective would be to compare the lead time in manufacturing
By manual.
of manual and automatic.
Automatic.
Unloading.
Yeah, madam.
So you need to correct, sir.
Yeah, madam. Okay.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
Thank you.
Do we have any other presentations on your center? Go ahead.
Hello.
So we have another SPSU.
Yes, madam. Yeah, problem statement, integrated banking system for smart credit based system.
Sir, थोड़ा सा slowly दोबारा बोलिएगा.
Integrated banking system,
Integrated.
banking system
Okay.
for
G.
smart credit based system.
Smart credit based.
System.
सर इसको दोबारा आप पढ़ो. Based system. इस
Yeah.
starting को दोबारा पढ़िए.
Integrated banking system for smart credit based system.
अब दो चीजें सिस्टम रिपीट हो रहा है आपके टाइटल में.
Okay.
And you think of the title where you can omit one of the systems.
Okay. Integrated banking for smart credit payment system.
When you read it, integrated banking system for smart credit.
Payment.
Okay, that'll do. That'll do. What are the objectives you have written?
Yeah, objective. First objective, single citizen, single account.
Single
Citizen in a country, single account.
citizen, single account.
Okay.
Sir, अच्छा दूसरा कोई और objective?
The single account number generated based upon bioauthentication, like a UID.
Single account generated on the basis of
Bioauthentication, example UID number.
bioauthentic. Okay, that is okay. My participants would like to give the feedback to the presenter, or आपके participants would like to give you the feedback. before I give you the feedback? Yes, over to the center itself. Sir, आपके center में से any other colleague would like to give the feedback? No. Maybe another center would like to give the feedback if you are able to hear the presenter.
Amar sir, Asundu. Hello.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hello.
हाँ बोलिए.
Madam, from Gandhi Engineering College, another participants, Amarnath Singh sir.
आपके पास आती हूँ अभी आती हूँ. Now, sir, if nobody else is speaking, let me give you, when you say integrated banking system for smart credit payment, so that means you are going to develop an integrated system, banking system for smart credit payment. And the requirement is, what you have said is single citizen, single account. Now, is it an objective of this?
Yes, madam. See, presently we have different banking system, like different privatization and public banking. To bring to a single platform, it requires integrated banking. No? For that, we need a single account number in different banking number.
But what are you going to study in that? When I am saying research study undertaken, you have to write the objectives of that study, not the outcome of that study. You tell me what is going, you are going to design an integrated system and validate that integrated system.
Okay.
Single citizen, single account is a requirement of integrated banking system, isn't it?
Yes, madam.
I'm not, when I'm writing objectives for research, if I have to design a banking system which allows smart credit payment, then the first thing is identify the requirements of the system. That is one of the objectives. Identify the requirements of integrated banking system. Then you are going to design an integrated banking system. Then you are going to validate that banking system. This is how integrated system is being developed. Or you are trying to, this is going to be something which you are either conceptually doing it, because if you are a banker only, then you will be able to implement it and then validate it.
Okay.
But otherwise, you will not be able to validate this. Are you going to propose a model only?
Yeah, this is the proposed model. It looks like case study model.
Case study किसकी करोगे? Case study तो होती है when a bank is already working on this premise of integrated banking system, then a case study can be taken up. But at present, do you think there is any bank which has implemented the system?
No, madam.
हाँ तो फिर तो मॉडल ही प्रपोज कर रहे हैं ना?
Yes,
so
madam.
You are trying to propose a model for integrated banking system for single credit payment. Isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
So, आपने सिर्फ ये लिखना है integrated banking system from smart credit. तो आपका है design an integrated banking system will be first objective.
Okay.
Second would be do the expert validation. That is, validate the system, the proposed system from the experts. You only have the expert validation for the model you are proposing.
Okay.
So there are only two objectives. Or if you would like, then you can go in for what are, you can't compare it because you won't be able to implement. So only two, design and validate. These are the two objectives of your study.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Over to Gandhi Engineering College. Yes, sir. Sir, the presenter is not ready. We are not having your audio, sir.
Hello, madam. Madam, good afternoon.
Auntie, good afternoon.
Madam, Mohit Kumar Chauhan.
Ji, sir. Which college?
From Government Engineering College, Asan.
Okay. Please, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, I is my PowerPoint presentation on topic. My title of this research work is a study on integrated transportation plan of Asan region, madam.
Sir, थोड़ा सा repeat कर दीजिए. A study on transportation system.
Integrated transportation plan
Transportation plan
of Asan region.
of Hassan region. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. There are a few objectives of my study.
Anji.
One is about to assess the existing physical, socio-economic, ecology, environment, infrastructure, and institutional subsistence in the urban system, madam.
Sir, you have a PowerPoint?
Yeah,
We have shared, madam.
we already shared.
आप share कीजिए screen को.
We have already shared, ma'am.
No, we are not able to see, sir. Look at the left side of the handout window. There is icon of screen here. Sir, on left hand side, there is an icon for sharing the screen. Please click that.
Look at the left hand side of the Hangout window. There is an icon of screen share just below the chat box.
Okay.
Click on that and share your entire screen.
Yeah, I think now we now open your presentation. Sir, open the presentation now.
Yeah, already opened.
Already open.
Yeah.
दो बार क्लिक हो गया, बंद हो गया. अब एक बार दोबारा करेंगे.
So click on screen share and share the entire screen. Your screen is not shared.
1 minute, ma'am. Wait.
Let me get picture open, madam. Adena.
So now click on screen share and share the entire screen. Then open the presentation. Yes, yes.
Sir, put it on F5.
Madam, these are the objectives of the study.
Sir, F5 कर दीजिए. Slide
Can you see, madam? You already accessed my presentation.
फुल स्क्रीन कर दीजिए स्लाइड शो. F5 प्रेस कर दीजिए.
We have already pressed F5.
Yes, yes, press F5.
नहीं करा आपने.
Madam, my first objective of study is to assess the existing physical, socio-economic, ecology, environment, infrastructure, and institutional subsystems in the urban system.
Sir, 1 minute. So,
Yeah.
assess the existing physical, socio-economic, ecological, environment, infrastructure, and institution subsystems in the urban system.
Madam, here, what I want to say that first I have to define what is meant by region.
Okay. Then,
Because most of the studies is available on cities only.
okay. So,
Yes,
then,
example, you look at concerned authorities, they are preparing the plan for the cities.
okay. Then the
Region
second.
means here you are considering Asan is comprising of 8 talukas.
Okay.
That is the study area.
Okay. Then
This
this is,
present we do not have any scientific studies on the region.
okay.
And there is imbalance in the development of the region because of there is no proper planning activities is not there in the regional level. Means region means it consists of 8 talukas of Asanga.
Fine, but what will be the, after assessing the existing physical socioeconomic?
Yeah. For each talukas, we have to assess what are the physical components are there, socioeconomic factors are there, ecological factors are there, environmental factors, and available infrastructure and institutional subsystems.
Okay, after that, what will you do?
The second objective is to assess the existing transportation subsystem in the region.
Okay.
Means we have to study this transportation system in all talukas.
Okay, the third one.
Means 8 taluks, in 8 taluks we have to assess it. My next parameter is, next objective is to identify the control parameters pertaining to transportation system that decides the entire function of the system.
Okay, then.
To quantify the function of the system.
Okay.
And the next one is to forecast and demand, to forecast the demand and supply of transportation infrastructure for the year 2040 AD. For 2041.
Okay, but a study on integrated transportation plan. Now, outcome is you are only giving me the.
Not outcome, madam. I'm not talking outcome. These are some of the objectives. Then we have to see when we are studying, we have to decide what are the different important parameters which influence on the each subsystem. And there we have to see what is the integrated interrelationship. We have to develop the interrelationship between the variables.
Sir, I think the problem which has been taken up, it has a large number of parameters involved, and this kind of a study will take long time to be accomplished. So, as a researcher, when you are trying to give a plan for the Hassan region, then your target is to study all these parameters first, then study the existing transportation system, then develop a plan for transportation system, and then you are quantifying the number of quantifying the infrastructure requirements. So it is going to be very, very time-consuming study.
Very time-consuming. It is not less than 3 to 5 years. Is minimum 3 years and maximum 5 years is required to complete the task.
Fine. So when you say a study for integrated transportation plan, it is actually not a study on integrated, but it is you are trying to formulate a transportation plan on the so title of the problem needs to be modified. Title. It is not a study on integrated. You are coming up with an integrated plan, that is the outcome of your.
Madam, your voice is not audible.
Not audible, madam. Sometimes it was not audible.
Sir, I'll repeat what I said.
Tell me madam, something about the title. Madam, tell me your view on the title of the topic.
Sir, are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, madam.
Hanji, I have a suggestion that your title of the research says a study on integrated transportation plan. This can happen if you have an integrated plan and you are trying to critically evaluate it. But from the objectives of the study, it appears that you are trying to identify the various parameters that affect the transportation system. Then what is the existing transportation system in vogue, and then you are trying to formulate a integrated plan, transportation plan. So the
Yes.
title of the study should be Formulating an Integrated Transportation Plan for Hassan region.
Shall I add formulated?
Formulating,
Formulating.
or simply you can say an integrated transportation plan of Hassan region. Just don't add anything before that. An integrated transportation plan for Hassan region. That it is. So but you need to, when you are talking about socio-economic factors, you are talking about infrastructure factors, then you need to qualify which are some of those factors, because otherwise it becomes a very broad study. You cannot include every, you need to qualify which particular factor you are going to study. And you can, rather than writing just one single objective for all the variables, you can split this objective into number of objectives. First for the infrastructure, then for the socio-economic factors, then for the economic, and so on. So you have included, so number of objectives need to be formulated, specifying which physical factors, which socio-economic factors, which other factors, infrastructure factors you are taking into account.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Madam, just I recall you, we were attended one course, one faculty development program on pedagogical training at IIT Kharagpur, madam. Could you recall? In the year 2015, we were participated. Yes, madam.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for remembering. Thank you. Sir, over to Hanji. Any other institution which would like to make a presentation? Maulana, can I request? अपने चंडीगढ़ वाले रेडियो? Hanji, please go ahead.
I'll be stating my research title now. My research title is to study the presence of amylogenin protein expression in odontogenic tumors.
Ma'am, दोबारा बोलना पड़ेगा. To study
presence of
G
amylogenin protein expression.
Okay.
In odontogenic tumors.
In odontogenics tumors. Okay. Okay. Hanji.
And my objectives are, the first objective is to identify amylogenin expression in various odontogenic tumors.
Okay. I would request the other centers to please switch off the mic. Let's listen to the Maulana presentation. Thank you so much. Over to you, ma'am.
Second objective is to study the inductive potential of these tumors, which reflects a true biological behavior.
To represent a true biological behavior. Okay.
And my third objective is to ascertain the prognostication of various odontogenic tumors based upon amylogenin expression.
ये third दोबारा बोल दीजिए.
Ma'am, is to ascertain the prognostication of various odontogenic tumors
G.
based upon amylogenin expression.
Okay. So अब पहला अब title पे anybody would like to comment on the, it is to study presence of पता नहीं कौन सा protein expression in orthodontic tumors. To study presence of, it is only the studying the presence, or are you trying to suggest the remedy also, ma'am?
And just the presence of it, whether it has been expressed or not.
Okay, okay. Then it is fine to study the presence, then identify, then study. Then I think anybody who has the feed, I think you have rightly written the objectives. So thank you very much for that. Hanji. Oh, any other member would like to share from Mulana? Hanji, please go ahead.
Myself, Dr. Pankaj Kumar.
Hanji, please.
To work on nitric oxide chemistry.
G.
The research title is nitric oxide dioxination reactions and their mechanistic insights.
Okay.
So in this work, we used to see that the biological nitric oxide concentration in human body, and how if there is amount of nitric oxide in excess in body, then how we can extract from our biological system. For that, we use different kinds of metal superoxo and peroxo compounds, and then nitric oxide converts to nitrite. Can you hear me?
Sir, थोड़ा सा loud हो जाइए because the participants are not able to hear. I am able to hear sitting very close to the system.
Okay, ma'am. So I'm a little loud now. So the title for that project is nitric oxide dioxination reactions and their mechanistic insights. This is the title.
Hanji.
And what actually we used to do for this chemistry is actually related to if we have a biological nitric oxide concentration in very high amount, so we have to kick out from body. So for that, we used to do nitrate and nitrite formation by reacting with metal peroxo or superoxo.
Okay.
So that converts to nitrate and nitrites, and it excrete in urine. So this is actually the research basically as if we have excess nitric oxide in urine.
Okay. So what are the objectives of your study, sir?
So objective is actually that we used to first make different kinds of metal nitrosyl complexes.
Okay.
And then we check their reactivity with different kinds of oxygen active compounds like metal peroxo, superoxo, and oxo. So we will mimic actually the reaction system of nitrite formation, which is already available in human body. So the first step is to form metal nitrosyl. Second step is to form metal peroxo superoxo complex. Third step is to react both these complexes to each other and then find so what is the final product of this nitric oxide dioxination reaction.
So what it appears to me is that you would like to first assess the nitrogen oxide, a component in the human body. Then you are going for some intervention to see what are the reaction of the body to that. And then you are trying to combine the effect of those two to see whether the nitrogen oxide content is reduced or not. Is it?
If it is available in excess amount.
If it is available in excess amount, then what is the reaction of the two interventions which you have given? Is it? So do you do this kind of a study on the real people, or is it only a simulated kind of?
We used to do only initially in vitro studies
Okay.
outside the body, and then we will try if we have suitable complex, then we can go for in vivo study later.
Okay, okay. So would it be to form? Objective would be to form metal oxide. Okay, क्या बोला इन्होंने?
Objective is to form first the metal nitrosyl complexes, first, and then formation of metal peroxo superoxo complexes.
सर एक तो चीज जो आपने कहा है टू फॉर्म है ना, तो पहला तो टू फॉर्म ठीक है, फिर फॉर्मुलेशन मत बोलिए. द सेकंड वुड आल्सो बी टू फॉर्म. टू फॉर्म. हाँ, तो टू फॉर्म ही आएगा ना, दोनों में अलग अलग आएगा बट टू फॉर्म आएगा. एंड थर्ड जो आपने कहा है टू रिएक्ट, तो वो टू कंबाइन. Okay, to react. Okay, then the fourth one is to
see the end product of this reaction.
No, this cannot be. What will be the end product? Again, to measure the nitrogen oxide content. वही तो होगा ना?
Then the product actually, what is the product of formation
प्रोडक्ट क्या बनेगा वो बताओ मुझे. व्हाट विल बी द प्रोडक्ट? हाँ जी. ओके. टू मेजर करेंगे आप एंड प्रोडक्ट को. ओके. मेजर द एंड प्रोडक्ट देन.
And then this is actually the full chemistry of this.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much. ठीक है जी. Doctor.
So, my title of research is Application of Fractals to Metal Plasticity.
Excuse me, I'll request other centers to kindly switch off the mic. We are having a presentation from Mulana Group. Over to you, sir. Application of. So go ahead.
Application of fractals to metal plasticity.
Okay.
Now I am coming to point why the research should be carried out.
Okay.
Use of metals is gradually increasing in all spheres of civil and architectural engineering. Failure of metal occurs after appreciable plastic deflection.
Okay.
Fractal geometric tools is likely to explain plastic behavior thoroughly. Now I am coming to objectives of research.
Hanji.
Number 1, study of plasticity including sleep theory of plasticity.
Sleep theory. Okay.
Number 2, investigation of fractals, particularly the singular fractal functions.
Okay.
And last, number 3, explaining plasticity by fractals in the context of Poratevin-La-Satellier effect. Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, one quick comment on that would be, first thing, you are referring to application. The title says application.
Yes, ma'am, I am an engineer.
Yeah, it is it application?
Application of some analytical tool to engineering plasticity, that is long deflection before failure or fracture.
Okay, so my simple humble request would be, if you can think of reframing the title, because you are trying to study the plasticity and then you are having investigation into. The objectives don't start with investigation. It will be, as you have written, to study. Second would be to investigate. Once you are investigating, what behavior actually you are investigating? What are those variables which you will investigate?
Maybe deflection, maybe fractured surface.
Okay. Hanji.
Maybe elastic deflection and plastic deflection separately.
Okay, so you need to specifically mention. You cannot simply write investigation. You need to write study the deflection, elasticity, plasticity, and so on. वो आपको qualify करने पड़ेंगे. And then your third objective you have taken as explaining plasticity.
Yes, yes.
So explaining, that cannot be the objective of study. आप क्या explain करना चाह रहे हैं actually?
कैसे प्लास्टिक डिस्प्लेसमेंट होता है उसको बहुत एक्सप्लेनेशन लिटरेचर में है अभी तक. अभी मैं बोलता है फ्रैक्टल जियोमेट्री देख उसको कोई कंप्लीट एक्सप्लेनेशन होगा क्या?
Okay, so you are trying to see whether what is available in theory, whether it actually happens or not. है ना? So,
yes, yes.
आपकी नहीं, actually you are not explaining plasticity. You are trying to study the plasticity or sleep theory of plasticity. Then you are trying to study the deflection and other variables. तो उसके बाद आप explain क्या कर रहे हैं? That is not clear to me.
How much it is possible to explain it in terms of fractal geometry? It is something non-integral dimension लेकर करवार करता है.
Okay.
And it occurs to me that metal plasticity, physical behavior, it is not possible to explain it thoroughly in terms of Euclidean geometry.
Okay. Okay.
Go to realm of fractal geometry.
Okay. So that what specifically you want to do. There is a question from one of the participants.
What engineering material you have to use?
Okay, but that in the beginning I am telling use of metals is gradually increasing in all spheres.
Yeah, tell me the material. Engineering. Tell me the engineering material which are used, the blended or virgin material.
Metal is steel now, but as for your information, this fractal geometric behavior is highly pronounced in case of aluminium.
Aluminium is not engineering polymer.
Aluminium is a metal, is it not?
Yes,
As
yes.
per I know.
You ask.
I am not a chemist.
You are using blended material or virgin material?
Sir, I am not expert in that metal technology. I am not a metallurgist. I am a civil engineer by training.
Engineering.
Sir
plus-
कह रहे हैं कि this question I can't answer because I am not a metallurgist.
They,
चलो कोई बात नहीं. Sir, otherwise, thank you very much. हाँ जी. Mulana, is there any other presentation from your side?
Yes, ma'am. Myself, Dr. Nivedita Agnihotri.
हाँ
And
जी.
I am working on analytical chemistry of transition elements. And
Okay.
specifically, I am using spectrophotometric determination methods using solvent extraction technique.
मैम आप बैठ के बोलो, आपकी शक्ल नहीं नजर आ रही हमें. अब बैठ जाइए, बैठ के बोलिए. हाँ जी जी, प्लीज गो अहेड.
Is it okay, ma'am?
जी.
Ma'am, I am Dr. Nivedita Agnihotri. I am working on analytical chemistry of transition elements.
Okay, so what is the title of the research? Title of the research?
Title is broad area is analytical chemistry, and
Oh.
same is the specific technique is spectrophotometric determination by using solvent extraction technique.
Okay.
Okay, and I am using various transition elements like vanadium, molybdenum, zirconium, and other similar elements for
Okay.
the purpose.
Okay.
And the objective of work is to develop sensitive and selective methods so that these can be used for routine analysis of the elements.
Fine. So to develop. So develop करने से पहले आप क्या करेंगे?
Develop करने से पहले मैम I will go through the review.
Okay.
Methods of determination and search out the conditions required for working of those methods, and then we'll try to develop better methods that are more sensitive and more selective.
So आपकी जो study है उसके 3 objective मुझे clear हो रहे हैं. First, you will identify the factors. Then you will identify the conditions.
Yes.
And then third would be to develop the system. So 3 objectives आपकी study के आने चाहिए rather than 1.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Anji,
This is from RV College, Bangalore, ma'am.
go ahead, ma'am. RV College. हाँ जी. एक मिनट, I'll come back to MMU. Let RV College of Engineering make quick presentation on one topic. जी ma'am.
Presentation is on role of technology in the sericulture cultivation. So we
Ma'am,
have the introduction.
no.
Sericulture is
No, just tell me the title of the research. We are not having a presentation on a general topic, but you have said role of technology in sericulture. Now, what
Yes.
is the title of your research you want to conduct?
No, we are trying to what is right now it is a manual technology. So we are trying to say that we are collecting and storing the data,
Okay. Huh?
and then we are
Okay. So
then we are analyzing the processed data,
okay.
and then we are trying to find out what will be the revenue, income, cost, profit
Oh,
of
okay,
the
okay.
business.
So have you formulated the research title?
Yes.
Go to the
That is
research
what I
title
showed you.
now. Nahi, where is it? Research title. Is role of technology in the sericulture
Yes.
cultivation.
Yes.
Ma'am, from the title, it appears to me that it is going to be a very conceptual kind of paper, which is dealing with the role of technology in sericulture. It doesn't convey that you are going to see the effect of integration of technology on sericulture in terms of revenue, in terms of cost, and so on. So just pay attention to, if I write role of technology in sericulture, it's going to be conceptually written. So that is not the purpose. So think of what you have now said, that once you are trying to integrate technology, you are going to study its impact or effect on revenue, cost, and so on. What are the other variables which will be affected?
Sorry, ma'am.
If I integrate technology in sericulture, what are
Yes.
going to be some of the effects?
Actually, we can analyze it. See, right now, what is the system is identifiers of the mulberry and the sericulture is very difficult.
Okay.
So we are trying to implement a technology which helps the farmers so that they can. It is easy for them to understand in what status they are, is correct or no.
Okay.
Yes. So we have an doctors, and after the inspection, the data will be given, be sent from us. So what are the fertilizers they have to use? How care has to be taken over there, or the transfer of the technology we are implementing.
So are you going to?
So that is what.
Now, okay, go to the objectives of your study. Go to the objectives. Have you written the objectives?
Sorry, ma'am.
Have you written the objectives of the Hanji? Please go to that slide.
Yes, these are the objectives.
Where?
Visible?
No, we are not able to see. Go to that particular slide where you have written the objectives, ma'am. आपकी फर्स्ट पे ही अड़ गया है, टाइटल पे ही.
Ma'am, we have not shared the entire screen, I guess.
No, we have shared it.
Share तो हो गया, but
I guess we have shared the PPT only. You have to share the entire screen. I guess you have shared the PPT only. Click on screen share and share the entire screen, full screen, instead of a single PPT.
Yes, this full. It's a full screen. It's visible.
And click on full screen and open the PPT.
Is it visible?
No, ma'am.
no, ma'am. एक बार पीपीटी बंद कर लीजिए and then share the screen and open the PPT. Hanji, now it is visible. So go through the objectives, ma'am.
Okay.
आगे क्या लिखा है? Configuring the Sericulture system by to analyze the process data and to visualize and forecast the predict. Yeah, forecast or predict क्या income. कुछ clear हो रहा है? हाँ जी मैम, go ahead. Please.
Yes, ma'am.
RB College. हाँ जी, we are able to see the objectives.
Ma'am. So whatever the technology is right now, there it is a manual technology where the inspection has to be done while going to the field. So we are trying to take the images and send it to the inspection person, so that in sitting at a place he can visualize it and he can guide the farmer. Implemented through the technology where the messages can be sent to the farmers to tell what is the status there and which fertilizers they have to use.
Fine. So, fine. Then, so you are not collect, store and process data. You want to do this.
We are collecting the
data.
If we have to send the messages and all, we have to use the data first.
Right.
So we are collecting and storing the data.
Fine.
Store whatever the data has been there, we are trying to automate the system.
Okay.
Analyze that data.
So what kind of automation is being done to collect and store data?
We are trying to automate the system, like we are using different technologies. So we can use the technologies. Suppose we have an Silk Authority training centers. So they can they identify the farmers and they give the training to the farmers. So whatever training is being given on sericulture cultivation, so then the food to the farms they cultivate, and then the inspection person goes to the inspection
to collect the data.
Yes, sir.
Fine. So that is being done manually at present. So what kind of information you are visualizing to help to collect the data, to store the data and to process the data? What kind of automation you are using? Are you going to get the messages through mobile? Are you going to get the messages through images, pictures? So what are you trying to do?
Using mobile, ma'am.
Okay, mobile.
Using mobile.
So why
Android apps?
Okay, so the message is going to come from the farmer through a mobile phone.
We can also have the call centers where it can be helpful for the farmers. They can even call.
Okay.
The main basically call centers we have right now, but where the farmer can take the images and send it, get the information over online is not at present. So we are trying, with respect to sericulture, I'm telling.
Right.
So it is not at present, so we are trying to implement that.
So, okay. So when you are writing objectives, the first objective is collect, store and process data. That is not your objective. That you are trying to do the existing system. So you are trying to study the existing system or analyze the existing system. What are you aiming at?
So since it will be manual data right now, we have to collect it again because we have a different systems over there. The data might be in different formats over there. Again, we need to format.
Okay, fine. Then you have said configuring the sericulture system to introducing automation.
Yes, we are trying to develop an automation system where each and every farmer can connect through that system and get the messages there.
Abhi, you are you are in the process of developing the system.
Yes.
Then you have written analyzing the process data. Once you have not developed an automation system, how you will process the data?
That is the objective, ma'am. We are yet to do it.
Yet to do it. Okay. So you are thinking of designing or developing an automated system for the sericulture and see its effect on income, revenue, cost, and profit of the business. That is what you are aiming at. So,
Yes,
in my opinion, the title of the study should be Effect of Automation in Sericulture on Income, Revenue, Cost, and Profit of the business. That conveys, or you can think of not effect, you can think of impact also, because it is going to be long term. You cannot see its immediate effect. So it can be impact of integration of technology in sericulture on income, revenue, cost, and profit of the business. And the objectives would be design an automated system for collecting, storing, and processing of data related to sericulture. First, you will design a system, then then you will be able to collect data, store data, and process data. This will be next. Then you will be able to study the impact of this on income, revenue, profit, and cost.
Okay, ma'am.
So it is going to be systematic. That you can also think of including a status of the income, revenue, cost, and profit of the business, then design an intervention, introduce that intervention, and compare the income, cost, revenue, and profit, pre and post situation. That would be more useful.
Okay.
Right? So accordingly, the objectives of the study can be modified.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Hanji. So we go back to RV Engineering College. आपकी कोई और भी है presentation? Only one.
The next presentation. We have next presentation, ma'am.
Okay, quickly go through that.
Yes, ma'am.
It is role of technology लिख देंगे तो study हो जाएगी मेरी. ऐसे देखो ना, the people are going by, the variables are not identified. Broad title means area is there. Role of technology in sericulture. आप भी तो कुछ लिख दो कि नहीं? आ जाओ फिर. एक आपकी ले लेते हैं लास्ट में बस. हाँ जी.
हेलो
मैम. हाँ जी, प्लीज गो.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
हाँ जी, good afternoon.
Ma'am, my title is Design and Development of Conceptual Framework for Sustainable Remanufacturing Processes in Telecom Sector.
Okay. Stop it here, ma'am. Now the reaction of the participants. The title goes as Design and Development of Conceptual Framework for Sustainable Remanufacturing Processes in Telecom Sector. My question, very first question to you is, ma'am, can we develop anything without designing that?
Yes, that's why I've given a design and development.
नहीं, फिर design देने की जरूरत क्या है? If I have to develop something, I need to first design it and develop. So I think you can retain development rather than design. So design is a requirement for developing. So development of conceptual framework, that will be okay.
Fine.
You can reduce one word for sustainable remanufacturing processes and fine. Go ahead with the objectives, ma'am.
I put two objectives. First, to understand.
Change कर लीजिए slide. मैम आपकी भी फुल स्क्रीन शेयर नहीं है. It is sharing of PPT only. बंद करके दोबारा कीजिए. हाँ जी. Now share the full screen. एक दो तीन चार पाँच छः नहीं काफी नहीं है. सब दौड़ गए हैं तो कोई नहीं बैठे हुए सेंटर च. कोई बैठे नहीं होए सेंटर च. लो कोई गल नहीं. मैनू लगता है सेंटर खाली है. दो बंदे बैठे हैं. List I am going to receive is for 40 members. So I am not going to certify all of them. हुने बोल रही हूँ मैं भी. So आज लास्ट सेशन विच ना अटेंडेंस लैनी पैनी मैनू. जिन्ने बैठे हैं उन्हां दी अटेंडेंस. Over to RV Engineering College. मैम आपकी स्क्रीन शेयर नहीं हुई है जी. मैम वैसे बोल दीजिए आप अपना. वैसे ही चलो बोलो आपने ऑब्जेक्टिव्स. जी नाउ इट इज शेयर्ड. मैम go through understand the. क्या लिखा. ओ पाजी अंडरस्टैंड हुंदा. बोलो कोई भी. मैं ही बोली जा रही हूँ. हाँ जी. Ma'am, the very first objective which you have written, are you able to hear me? RV College? RV Engineering College? Ma'am, understand the existing. क्या लिखा भाई? ये मेरे को नहीं आंदे थे. अच्छा किथे आएगा. इत्थे तो कुछ आई नहीं. 23 वाले नु. तो पहले तो इन्हू वड्डा करना. 23 किथे हैगा. 23 नहीं लभना. नहीं. हाँ जी मैम प्लीज गो थ्रू द ऑब्जेक्टिव्स.
Yes. Now can you see it?
हाँ जी we are able to see to understand. हाँ जी go through.
Yes, to understand the existing scenario of remanufacturing in telecom industries in India, a thorough survey and a case studies. Because in India, I think remanufacturing of mobile phones are not there yet.
Ma'am, the objective cannot include the verb understand, because understand is something intrinsic process. So you have to write down why are you trying to understand the existing scenario. Why we are doing that? पहले तो या तो लिखिए study, or you can write to analyze the existing process. Are we in engineering? Are you able to hear me? क्या हो गया? मैम आपकी साउंड नहीं आ रही है. To gather information regarding. Gather करके की करेंगे? To study the economic. ये आधा ही रह गया ना economical aspect. Are you able?
Hello.
जी मैम please. Yeah. The very first question to you is, in research, you don't write objectives with to understand. Understand.
Okay.
Either we are trying to identify the problems in the existing system, or we are trying to identify the potential for improvement in the system. So what is the purpose of doing the study of the existing system? बताइए.
Yeah, in in a telecom industry, I have taken as a broad, but if I go a smaller sector, that is
No, you can take
mobile phones is very less. So mobile
no.
phones is very less.
My question is, why you want to understand the existing system?
So remanufacturing, that is, in few parts can be remanufactured. Okay. So how it is, but that I wanted to know first. So if it is happening in India, first I wanted to know that.
Okay.
Then I want to continue with the that is with the survey.
No, you don't need to specify the methodology here. You can write to study the extent of use of remanufacturing in telecom industry in India.
Okay.
To study the extent of, to what extent remanufacturing is done, or what is the status of remanufacturing in Indian industry, telecom industry, that you want to study. So write to study the remanufacturing used in telecom industry in India.
Fine. Thank you.
Second would be, you have written to gather information regarding the remanufacturing process of adopted in telecom. Ye to same hi ho gaya na?
Yeah.
So you retain one. Then you have written study the economical aspects of remanufacturing in telecom products. तो अब economical aspects में क्या-क्या चीजें cover करना चाह रहे हैं आप?
So if it is possible to remanufacture, what will be the cost of it? So how you can go about it? That is the economical aspects that I want to study.
So only the cost factor. Only the cost. So we can be
most probably.
So we can be specific if it is only one variable. So we can say study the cost of remanufacturing of telecom products. So that becomes specific. Then what other variables you are going to take up?
Yeah.
Only one variable.
Ma'am, I'll just decide it till here. Then again I have to check it out.
Okay. So my humble suggestion would be that when we are thinking of remanufacturing in telecom sector, so we are talking in terms of the product. So what specific products would you like to take into account, whether it is only mobile phone or others also? Then second thing is, what will be the after effect of remanufacturing? So if we are taking a mobile phone and it is remanufactured, then it is only the cost factor which is coming. Maybe the durability of the product. So if it remains in operation for 5 years, so if you remanufacture, whether it will be there for life, uski kitni life hogi, even that can be one of the factors. So think of the variables, and the title of the research could be remanufacturing of telecom products and its effect on the cost and life expectancy and so on, whatever variable you include. So it will be more specific to it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. No, I think we have. Hanji.
Hello.
Ma'am, 1 minute hold kar lijiye. We have one presentation from Chandigarh too. So let's listen to Akunti from architecture. मैं आपके पास आ रही हूँ मैम, अभी आती हूँ. आओ जी बैठो. बोलो जी.
Hello, good afternoon.
थोड़ा जी अच्छी बोलोगे.
The topic is impact of computer-aided design on creativity in architecture education.
Okay.
And the objectives are to understand the role of CAD in architecture education. The second objective is defining the creativity in architecture education. And third one is study the various instruments or process which affect the creativity in architecture education. And the fourth one is the comparison of
चलो आगे चलो आगे चलो.
Fourth one is the comparison of creativity level in architecture architecture institution having conventional mode and CAD mode of education.
Good. I think my colleague here from the architecture field, he has tried to take up where impact of computer-aided design on creativity of students in architecture education. Now, when we take up this kind of a study and understand the role of CAD, that is not the objective of the study. Defining creativity is not objective of the study. Already definitions are given. You are not going to give me the definition of creativity at the end of your study. Then you have study the various instruments and the effect the creativity. No, even that is not going to be. What I visualize when you take up this kind of a study is that there are institutions where computer-aided design has not been used. There are other institutions where the curricula has computer-aided design. You would like to compare the creativity of the students who are pursuing education in CAD and non-CAD institution. This is one. Another is, it could be a design where we have a prior status that this is the level of creativity among the students of architecture. Then we design a curricula which has a component of CAD, and after teaching that component for 3 to 4 years, then we again measure the creativity level of our students and see whether there has been any change in the creativity of the students who have pursued their studies with CAD. So you have to think of, and in this case, the objective would be first to determine the level of creativity of students taking admission in the course on architecture. Then second would be to implement CAD for 4 years or during the course of study. Okay? Then third would be to determine the level of creativity at the end of implementation of the 4 years program in architecture. And then would be to see the effect of that on impact of that. मतलब कि 4 साल है, कब पढ़ा रहे हो CAD? इम्पैक्ट आएगा अगर पहले साल में पढ़ा दिया या दूसरे में पढ़ा दिया, then 4th year में आप जाके उसका इम्पैक्ट देख रहे हो. So what is it?
Second year onwards. Second year.
Okay, it will continue in the 4th year. तो फिर इम्पैक्ट नहीं आएगा.
Third year में खत्म हो जाएगा.
Third year में खत्म हो जाएगा, फिर इम्पैक्ट ले. ठीक है? So that is how you are going to have the objectives of this study. ठीक है? Not defining creativity, not understanding the role of CAD. Hanji, I think we are having now the last presentation. Ma'am, आप कुछ बोल रहे थे, तो please quickly आप कर दीजिए present. Yes.
Completed. Still we have 3 more presentations, madam, from RV College of Engineering.
आरवी कॉलेज ऐसा करते हैं कि 3 तो नहीं करते हैं, अभी आप मुझे 1 दे दीजिए, then we'll go for lunch break and then you can send me your presentations. I'll put my comments and send back to you.
Okay, madam, thank you.
अभी लास्ट वाली करना चाहते हैं तो कर दीजिए quickly.
Okay, madam, last presentation.
देखो, they are good people, they have done the work. Okay.
Hello.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, madam. Yeah, the title of the study is Mitigation of Groundwater Contamination by Decentralized Solid Waste Management.
Okay.
And the justification of this title is, as we all know, this is the earth water distribution, out of which about 97% is in ocean, which cannot be used, and only about 2.5% is of fresh water. Out of the fresh water, about 67 is in glaciers and ice caps. Again, it cannot be used. And 30% is groundwater, and 1.3, around 1.5% is surface water. and susceptibility of pollution, again the groundwater, surface water is also polluted. So more and more we depend on groundwater. Due to increase in population, industrialization and urbanization, we are more depending on groundwater. At the same time, due to the disposal of industrial waste and the urban waste, groundwater is also polluted. One of the major source of groundwater pollution is the landfill. Actually, it should be an engineering landfill with proper linings and pre and post closure measures. But nowadays, wherever we find depression or abandoned quarries, waste will be dumped over there, which causes groundwater pollution. In the present study, we have taken such an abandoned quarry in which, due to which groundwater pollution occurs, and the people who are residing over there getting methane gas from the borewells, and the water color is also brownish color from the borewells. So we have identified such a abandoned quarry, actually it is, and we call that as a landfill site. And the objectives to identify the environmental problems over there, these objectives were framed in two programs. First program, to identify the extent of groundwater pollution, in which environmental problems near that particular site will be identified using surveys of that particular area. Next, to check the quality of the groundwater around that landfill site, and to find out the suitability of groundwater for drinking and irrigation, as the site is meant for irrigation purpose. And the second program objectives defined are area of implementation for model decentralized waste system, so that whatever the waste dumped in that particular landfill site can be managed at the point of generation itself, and to characterize that waste, to find out the extent of recyclable and non-recyclable material, so that only the inert material will be landfill. Recyclable material and organic material from the technology to convert into compost. These are the objectives.
तो आप लोगों को तो सुना ही
That's all
नहीं
from my end, madam.
सुने आपकी आवाज क्यों नहीं आ रही सेंटर तो ऊंची आनी चाहिए है पर मैंने ही सुन रहे हैं और नहीं किसी ने सुन रहे हेलो हेलो आरबी कॉलेज
I'm online.
हाँ जी I have one suggestion to you.
Madam,
you
please.
have taken up a study where you would like to see the mitigate the effect of. यही तो बोला ना आपने. But अभी आपने क्या ले लिया? That you have tried to take the status in terms of the environmental problems which are there due to this landfilling, and then you have also checked the quality of water, whether it is suitable for drinking or irrigation. Then you have developed and designed a decentralized system of waste management. अब उसके बाद impact भी तो study करो ना. Whether the decentralized, that objective is missing. That once you have given the status, you have used the intervention. Now study the impact of that intervention on the quality of groundwater. So whether the quality of groundwater improves after you adopt a decentralized system of solid waste management, or it remains the same. And maybe the problems, environmental problems which were created, they are reduced to a certain extent on account of decentralized system. ये दो चीजें आपको स्टडी करनी है that you can add to your study.
Yes, madam, I will add these two objectives.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the cooperation. My only request to the center is at 2 o'clock, I am going to check up with all the centers. I am not going to certify centers just that there are 3 to 4 people are attending the sessions. I'm not going to accept that. I'm going to take an attendance online. So the people who will be present in the session, they'll be considered for certification for today. And I'm not going to issue certificate just by the list which you sent to me. So make sure the people who are sponsored, they are attending the sessions. So thank you very much on this note. See you at 5 past 2. थैंक यू सो मच। बंद कर दें जी कि रहने दें? आज थोड़ा जिहा कर लेना बियर साडे नाल।
आता जॉईन झालं आता लंच टाइम आणि आता जॉईन आता झालं आता जॉईन झाले जॉईन होते ना ठीक करायचं इतक्या वेळचा जॉईन होतं सुद्धा चल किती वाजता उघडायचं 1:30 वाजता 2 वाजता उघडायचं का 2:15 2ला अर्धा मिनिट
प्लान एप्लीकेशन नहीं कर रहे, तो उसमें मेरे को भी आपका भी नहीं है, तो मैंने गाइडेंस बना के हो जाएगा। जब हम जो करते हैं तो किसी सर्टिफिकेट में कंसीडर करते हैं, अब लेकिन हम तो ये सही लगा मतलब बड़ी बात नहीं है। मेरा नाम है कि से नाम के मेरे बोलने से पहले मैंने बोला मैम नाम ही उनको पता था कि जल्दी नहीं पहुंची उनको काम कर रहे उनको उनसे कुछ काम कर मैं खुद उसकी गारंटी चली जाए कभी मैंने उनको ये ऑब्जेक्टिव बना करूंगी ऑब्जेक्टिव नहीं 150 हाँ तो मैं पहले एक टाइम हमको हेडिंग डालनी पड़ेगी तो करना क्या था जो वहाँ ऑब्जेक्टिव है हाँ और फिर उसका जो कॉन्टेक्स्ट है वो हेडिंग में है तो ये कॉन्टेक्स्ट ये कॉन्टेक्स्ट में रखो और हेडिंग जो हेडिंग अगर मैसेज को डालता वही नहीं है हाँ तो अगर एज रिसर्च कर वेरियस चैलेंजेस वही ये हेडिंग हो गया ना अब उसके बाद उसको कॉन्टेक्स्ट आप वो ले लिया ये वन कीवर्ड इज लाइक एक कोई ये रिसर्च क्या करते आपने क्या बोला रिसर्च करता था अरे relevant एक कोई स्कॉलर के साथ करना है नेक्स्ट सेशन को चल रहे हो बस ये पढ़िए उसको वेट कर रहे हैं आओ नीचे से आओ ऊपर से आओ मुझे बड़ी अच्छी लग रही थी आजकल एकदम अरे मुझे बाल धोके और नीचे आओ तो सही है जब खुदी ऐसे आंखों में से आओ तो फिर ऐसे ही हो जाता है आज खुदी मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है कि मैं बड़ी बहनी सी लग रही हूँ वो एक्चुअली अपने मूड पे भी होता है ना अगर आपको मन करे अच्छे से प्यार हो ठीक है तो ये इतना दिमाग टेंशन में है ना हमें एक तो एक महीने जाना तो मुझे दिमाग में है उसमें ये टेंशन है जाना है करनी है ये करना है फिर उसके बाद अब मेरे को टाइम टेबल का भी हुआ पड़ा है ऊपर से ये और पूरा कबाड़े वाला काम छोड़ देती है इसके बाद एक कोई ना कोई काम लगा रहेगी कल रात को मेरे दिमाग में भी यही है यार काम खत्म हो कब आ रहा
My man.
तो लंच ब्रेक
स्टूडेंट ना एक आदमी जो जरा ही नहीं
कल ये जो नौकरी की गाड़ी से हाँ एक्चुअली ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ನೀವು ಎರಡು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರೆ ಮೈಗಟ್ಟಿ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಐದು ಹೋಗೋದು ಸರ್ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕಿಂಗ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ನೀವು ಚೆಕ್ ಇಂದ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಸರ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಚೆಕ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಯಾಶ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ನಂಬರ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜರ್ ಬಂದೆ ಏನು
यहाँ कोई नहीं बैठता यहाँ
presentations are chart paper. So अपने centers are connected now ना?
Scan.
कुछ आगे टाइम पे करना चलेगा
वायरस वाली है
अपन शुरू कर लेना क्योंकि साढ़े को टाइम बहुत लिमिटेड है हाँ जी आजा अटेंडेंस बैठो चलो कुछ का आगे तो देखो 4 कमरे थे थोड़े लोग हैं we'll start on time. Hello upper
Threat has been detected.
रोला पाके जास्ती है
शुक्र है रोला पा देंगे यार
अभी नहीं चुप करके बस सिंपल
Hanji, good afternoon, everyone at the various centers.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hanji, it gives me immense pleasure in introducing to you all my colleague, Mr. Engineer Ajay Dugal. He is Associate Professor in the Department of Civil Engineering at this institute, and he has a very long years of experience at his back. He joined this institute in 1986, and since then, he has been contributing to the major 5 activities of the institute, including education and training, and curriculum development, instructional material development, research and development, and extension and consultancy services. He has been teaching master's program and both regular and modular students who are coming to us for civil engineering with specialization in construction technology and management. And Mr. Dugal has contributed immensely to training of teachers by organizing short-term training programs in his area of specialization, and also assisting other faculty colleagues from the department in their programs. And maybe by this time, around 400 programs over the years have been coordinated by him at various locations, including NITR and the polytechnics and the engineering institutions of various states. He is also a consultant to a number of organizations where his expertise is used for civil engineering projects, and he is doing
ಅದೇ ಒಂದು ಸರಿ ಅದೇ ನಾನು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ನಿಮಿಷ. ಹಲೋ ದೀಪು, ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬರೀ ಇದು ಮಾತ್ರ. ಏನು ಹಾಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟೋಗಿದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಏನು ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಅದು ಯಾವುದು ತೆಗ್ದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಮೈಕ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಆಯ್ತು ಕಣೆ, ನಾನು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಇದ್ರೆ ಬಾ.
ಅದು ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರು ನೋಡು.
Hello. 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 Nikhil sir.
I think, sorry for the interruption. We have some bandwidth problem and we'll get within 2 minutes.
Okay. Okay.
उससे नहीं फर्क पड़ेगा.
You have to lead the fourth pipe at least.
आएगी नहीं, एक एक करके आएगी. आएगी नहीं. वैसे कंट्रोल करना है. आ ही नहीं रहा मैम, प्राइवेट नहीं आ रही, अपनी पीपीटी शेयर नहीं हो रही है.
Without PPT,
बीएसएनएल लाइन है अलग है.
कौन सी वीडियो जा रही है विदाउट
Video.
पीपीटी? अपने को लिए देख लेंगे उसे ना जाए ना. अरे गेट पे जा सकते कि नहीं?
वाईफाई पे कहाँ जाएगा? हमारा सेंटर जैसा
वाईफाई पे जा रहे हैं.
If PPT doesn't go, I can be just there, connect with my photo. Then I can
घंटा सिलेक्ट कर देना. आधा घंटा ना सामने मैंने फोन कर करके आई कहीं जाना है. ट्राई करते हैं.
where I can.
Oh, we will not able to receive.
Plan उतार दो।
Good afternoon, everyone. In this session, we are going to talk about the emerging technologies in civil engineering. All the branches, other branches, before they go into the application area, they have to get housed in a building. The cities we develop, they get connected by bridges. The water you drink has to be again under the purview of civil engineering. So a lot of branches of civil engineering are, touching upon each and everyone's life. But the major certain issues in the today's time in the context of our country is that we have been taking a leap into the infrastructure development. And right now we are at the verge of developing the smart cities. So all of them are basically to provide a basic infrastructure for meeting the technological requirements, which are so paced up that communication, movements, and everything has to be go at very fast manner. And then you need to take a lot of concern about the environmental degradation which has been taking place due to the developmental activities. It's primarily because of the excessive demand and excessive requirements, and particularly our country faces that issue due to the overpopulation. So once you have a pressure on the resources, thereby we need to take up the technology which would lead to the sustainable development. The word sustainable development has been talked more than one platform and every area, but in today's talk we are going to give you some demonstration also that where we made them applicable in addition to the areas where they are being useful. So various areas where emerging technologies are taking place: building construction, bridges, roads, then structural monitoring, dams and irrigation, water supply and sanitation, and there are miscellaneous areas like tunnel, metro, etc. Out of these, if you see, I've listed only those which are very prime and very important in all aspects. Now, whether you are talking about building or bridges or pavements or any of the discipline areas, how do actually we are looking for the emerging technologies? One could be, the betterment of a quality product. The second could be that faster pace of construction. And third could be that environmental sustainability is one of big aspect. So to do the basic principles or techniques which involve all these is, so the first basic technique is recycling. We will see how recycling is helpful. Second is a prefabrication. Then third is green materials. And fourth is energy efficient materials. The energy efficient materials and green materials are slightly different. And then comes certain other materials or additive which need to be used in conjunction with the traditional material, or which may be a new material, or which may be simply an additive to prepare the materials like concrete itself. Concrete is one of the largest building material which is used all over the world, and it is one among the ancient material as well. And without necessity to that, it is important. What has taken place is that from the traditional concrete which we have been understanding, we have been trying to achieve a kind of material that it serves the same purpose, but maybe a lightweight, because nowadays there's a lot of the earthquake coming up. So we all understand, the lighter the material, the lesser would be the damage if anything falls on you or touches that. Unfortunately, the techniques which are suitable in India, they are more relying on the heavy building material because of the safety reasons. If you see in the US or other countries, they prefer to build houses of wood or other lightweight materials. But unfortunately, they are not secure in our country, so they can be easily broken into that. So similarly, if you take the example of Japan, they build the lightweight construction because every day, every second day, they are having the earthquakes. So a lot of learn from them. Concrete requires a lot of consumption of material, natural resources like aggregate. Then cement production is one of the prime thing, which is again obtained from the natural material using lime and other resources. And traditionally we have seen that from the earlier mixers we are coming to the ready mix concrete, where the concrete is now prepared into the plant, then brought at the site in a kind of what we say is a tanker type of the thing. Then it is pumped. Now you have a machine which is pumping that and putting into the formwork which is already there. So that is a basically improvement which has taken place for the sake of better quality. And then secondly, for the sake of reduction in the environmental pollution at the site. So pollution reduction takes place because it's less noise if you're not running any machinery there. Now, wherever the construction takes place, we all know that there's a lot of noise taking place. So people try to avoid, and people, if there's already rehabilitation there, habitated area, so all people are disturbed. Now, self-compacting concrete is one area which doesn't require the use of vibrator. We all know the vibrator is used. Once you put the concrete, you use the vibrator so that it gets compacted, the voids are being filled up. So that's very common technique we have been following. But this is the one that by making certain simple changes into the ingredients, that the moment actually you have prepared and you have put into the by forcefully pumping the concrete into the mold, whether it's a column or beam, so you don't have to apply any compactive effort in form of a vibrator. So what is it going to help you? It is going to save you the energy. It is going to save the pollution which is taking place. So that's one new emerging area in the concrete technology. The second is bacterial concrete. Now that word itself may be looking slightly odd. Bacterial concrete, yes. Bacteria being added to concrete. What it does in a sealing effect, means reduction of the voids. We have seen that, despite of good construction, but certain poor practices, that if you have not done the curing properly at the site, concrete requires curing for 3 weeks at least. Dry karte hain to. So that is for the purpose that it gets cured, then it gets compacted well, it gains its strength. And we have seen sometimes the patches of moisture. So this is going to control. It is going to see the bacteria in itself grows within that, for a certain period of time, and we'll see. So that is the bacterial concrete, which is the new area. Epoxy concrete. If you have had a old construction, maybe a column building, slab, bridges, anywhere. So any structure is going to deteriorate after a period of time. So what do I do? Whether I demolish it, build it again. You have seen number of bridges getting old, the traffic movement becoming heavier, earthquakes may be damaging. So in a whole building, it is terribly difficult, to demolish one particular component which might have deteriorated, because you need to give support. They are all interlinked. So in that case, epoxy concrete is a technique that by using certain epoxies, you can combine the existing concrete with the new concrete so that they act as one member. So you can increase its strength, the sizes, by increasing the size or whatever. The use of fibers. Now, as I said, that we are looking for the lightweight construction. Lightweight construction, traditionally we have been using the reinforcement, steel reinforcement, to increase the load bearing capacity of the building component. So steel is a heavy, so you can't avoid. So fibers are one, because steel is distributed only in a particular direction. What the fibers do, that the fiber get uniformly combined, so they are distributed uniformly wherever the natural concrete mixture is. So fibers may be steel fibers, it could be made from plastic fiber, or any different type of fibers are there. So they are being adopted, of course, and they have been found to be successful and enhance the properties of the concrete in terms of the strength as well as the durability. Another area is that concrete consumes, any plastering or concrete works, they consume a lot of water as well. So treated water, the one which is from treatment from the plants, domestic waste water which is treated. So one usage of that water is for irrigation. In Chandigarh, for example, they use it for irrigation for the rotaries. The second, this was tried out over here. So it was found that treated water, tertiary water, that can substitute actually the normal water for consumption in the concrete, for preparing the concrete. So the studies were successful, and they found that in few of the parameters, rather the concrete prepared from treated water, it performed a little better than even the normal water. And the demolition waste is one of the biggest problem which is happening. I'll show you that we use where did we use the demolition waste. I have a study for the roads but not for the buildings. But demolition waste is that nowadays there may be requirement, or there may be people want to go for new fashioned or new type of the houses. So glass is coming up, replacing fast the wall. So they will demolish part of that, build up new one. But what does happen to the demolition material? Mostly it is just dumped outskirts of the city. So there are techniques that if you properly segregate the waste and find out its properties, you can find its usage as well. Lot of other waste materials like fly ash, pond ash, which comes from the thermal plants, and other similar type of the factories usage industry, like foundry sand. Foundry sand is where you have the sand is being used for mold purposes. Then it gets heated up and then loses certain properties. So foundry sand, then it's finally discarded by the industry. Similarly, we have materials like you have the marble industry. So when you have the cutting of the marbles being done, so the powder goes waste. So it is dumped like a form of the slurry. So the biggest problem is not simply that we want to save the money. The more key issue is that we want to conserve the environment, because all these materials, waste materials, either they be put into the water body like a slurry, for example, the marble dust slurry, or it will be putting the landfills. Land is also very important. So for example, if you do the in a Chandigarh, if you do on the outskirts, tomorrow after 5 years you need to expand the city. So what do you do? Are you going to remove it again, or what you are going to do about it? Another area which is touching upon is that prefabrication. Contrary to what we have been traditionally doing over here, was that we were building at the site whatever plans are there. So prefabrications mean that you build a component not at the site but in a factory, just like you make a component of a car, and then bring it to the site and join them together. So what is going to help it? It has already been used in building and bridges, and it helps you to do the construction in a faster manner, with so much of the emphasis on the Swachh Bharat scheme, where you want to build up the toilets, and secondly on the housing for the poor. It is that if you do it traditionally, it is going to take another 30 years to meet the present requirement. But if you do in the prefabrication manner, that period would be reduced. You can't do it traditionally, because all component, minimum, even if you do at the pace, it goes by, I need 3 weeks of curing to do a component, any column, and before I actually extend it. But if this is made in a factory prior, I just need to bring it at the site. Everyone knows, there was a big news, if they remember, in Mohali, they built 6-story building over a period of 48 hours. Of course, it requires a lot of meticulous planning, how the components are going to join, and then it becomes trademark. But yes, it is possible. So it has been done. So that's why it has been done. Why not it is being done on the mass housing? There are certain issues. People need to be educated. People need to become aware. They need to build up confidence that these are safe as well. Unfortunately, we always are a little slower to the changes. This allows relocation. I mean, if I do a prefabrication building, smaller units, tomorrow I need to shift it, I can do it. I'm going to show you 1 or 2 slides. For example, in military, in our country, in this part of there, now our forces are retreating back because this is frozen. The ice is, the snow is so heavy in certain areas, Kargil areas. So you need to move back. So what do you do with those housing activities? Are you going to allow them to be buried under snow, get damaged? So they can be relocated. If you have done the prefabrication techniques, they can be relocated. You can just take it out and bring it over and fix it over there. Better quality, because now I'm no longer working in the open sky. I'm working in the closed shed, so it is covered, so more control is possible in, so better quality would be obtained. Better working condition, because the labor is working inside and not exposed to rain, heat and cold to the extent. So the application is greater for defense, hutments, shelters. Like for example, you have a disaster coming up, earthquake coming up, hitting a country, and 10,000 people, or a flood coming up, 10,000 people need to be relocated. You can't have housing built for 10,000 people over 2 days or 3 months. So by that time it will be over. So prefabrication helps over there. So you can put the blocks, and that's one simple thing. It's a under completion building. The slide please. Okay, so it's under completion building. So you can see that only the roof is to be placed. The only issue with the prefabrication is that you will not have too much of the choice, architectural choice, designs. It will be a duplicated, a replica, like here. So this is a quick one. It doesn't take more than a week to be prefabricated. So that's one example. You have on the defense, the barracks for the soldiers being, in line. So you'll find that they are similar. Their design is very similar, but it will have prefab door, prefab windows and everything, but not. So if I want to relocate, this, I can easily take it out. Then this is something, an observatory on a very high hilltop, or maybe in submarine area or desert area for defense purpose or for observation. So if you were to take, bricks over there, if you were to take cement, everything, all those ingredients over there, it would not only would have taken a lot of time, it would have been very, very expensive to, bring the labor from there, or even the adverse conditions like the snowfall areas, heavy snowfall areas. So you have the prefab components. You can see very easily that simply, some angles are being fixed into the ground, and then this observatory or a room that is being prepared over there. So in the remote areas and difficult approach areas, it is one of the boom. That's a crane which you need just to do the fabrication of a little bigger one. So up to 3-story buildings can be very successfully done easily. Beyond 3-story, of course, you need some special measures or techniques, but up to 3-story, it is very, very convenient, which you can do. So you may require 1 crane or sometimes 2 cranes just to pull up the components and allow them to be placed where they are meant to be. Okay, now green materials, green materials, green buildings, green technologies are different words which are, buzz up nowadays. So what exactly green materials means? They are not green in color, everyone knows that. But green materials basically mean that what we are looking for is that we are in totality aiming at the reduction of energy consumption, and from the point of the production to the application. आपने कोई material produce करना civil engineer, जैसे bricks हैं, so you are, जैसे conventional material, so bricks would require, we all know, उसका brick kiln चाहिए, so you are going to burn lot of fuel for that. So it's energy consuming. So energy consumption means, more of a pollution coming up. So can I produce a similar type of material, manufacture that type of material without necessity of burning so much of the calories, without producing so much of the waste gases which are going to cause the pollution? If you can do that, that is what we are looking for, a green material. That is the basic concept. The material which will consume less energy, produce less carbon footprints, and of course nanomaterials are also being added to that. So that's green materials are now gradually being developed, coming up, and for the same reason, for the one reason, because the natural sources, like if you have to make a brick, so I need clay. So clay is a natural material. If you are going to make concrete, so I need aggregate, cement. They are all natural resources. And natural resources mean, you know, either you are going to do the excavation, you are going to remove them from the riverbeds, or you are going to dismantle some of the hills. And in Rajasthan, of course, you know, the requirement of marble has already devastated certain ecological balances. So it is already done. And if you remember that in the states of Haryana, Punjab, the mining is banned for those same reasons. Mining may be bad, but what about the construction? You are looking for more construction. You are looking for more housing, more roads, infrastructure. They are not stopped up. So what do? You have to look for alternatives. Energy efficient materials or techniques are slightly different from the greener. When I say techniques, I'm actually using the conventional material, but slightly making some kind of amendment or modifications. For example, perforated concrete. Perforated concrete means concrete having the voids. You know, they are filled deliberately with the air, and we all know air is an insulation. So if you have a kind of hollow block construction, so what will happen is that your air conditioning requirements will reduce. So if it is too hot outside, the hollow block or perforated materials, they will not allow that heat to be transmitted inside. So likewise, the same will happen in the cold condition. So ambient temperature conditions are produced and your energy requirement to heating or cooling, they will drastically reduce using the perforated material. So likewise, then fly ash bricks. So adding fly ash in the production of bricks. Fly ash has been the waste material, and by this time, so much techniques have been developed that fly ash is picked by the cement industry. They use in the production of cement, and in fact now it is being sold out. And for, that has been the growth. Earlier fly ash was available free, so you only have to do the transportation. But now looking into the demand, then they are also charging some money for that. So cement industry picks up the whole fly ash. So we hardly get for. So what is left is the pond ash. Pond ash is the one which is left out because you were using water sprinkler to reduce the pollution. So the fly ash gets mixed up with that, settles down, and then dries up. Then it becomes the pond ash. Then of course solar energy in heating and cooling is one. In geotechnical areas, it is extremely important to maintain the ecological balance. We have two requirements major. One is that you need to use the wastelands, for example, in Bombay, or what happens is that when the cities expand, the outskirts of the city have been earlier used for the dumping purpose, so organic, domestic waste. They become organic. Now you want to expand the city, so you want to reclaim those lands. So how do you do that? I can't build a foundation building on a weak soil because my building will sink. So what do I do? But the land is, if the land, because of its proximity to the city, becomes prime land, if I can use that. So there we have to come with the solutions where we can be using either the strengthening of the foundation soils. So what we have is, we have got some chemicals now, like RBI, which is produced by company Alchemist. Alchemist, for the medical reason, but the same company sister concern is producing chemical. So it will enhance the soil strength by 10 times to 20 times. But you need to properly evaluate and find out the dosage, what kind of quantity. So I can use that because it's not expensive. You spend some money, but then you reclaim the land. The other solutions are geosynthetics, like geotextile, geogrid, geomembrane, geonet. They are either used for strengthening purpose of the soil, or one of the prime area is stabilizing the hill slopes. Because of the rainfall or instability, the slopes are not stable, so a lot of hills get destroyed. Lot of the fertile soil, top cover which is fertile, that gets lost, so you have a dropout in the agriculture produce. So there the stabilization can be done or protection can be done using geotextiles. They can be simply either fixed on that, or there are many other techniques. So similarly, geotextile for improving performance of roads. can be done at different application areas. So geotextile, geogrids, geonets, geocomposites, they are different variations of them. And geogrid is something like, it's just like, if you see a garden, so there's a fencing done of a mesh type of that. So it's a kind of that. And geosynthetic is similar to your what we use a sponge for the cleaning of the utensils. What's that? Green colored sponge is used for the cleaning. So it's that similar kind of material. They are of course made from the special ingredients because they are going to last for 20 to 50 years. So that makes them a bit expensive. Geomembranes, for example, they are just like polythene sheets. So if you want to save in irrigation, we have the canal, so a lot of water gets drained out because of the seepage. So if you are it may be 25 to 30%. So if you use a geomembrane, just do the lining with the geomembrane. So only losses will be evaporation losses, no seepage losses. So spending money for those, because water is also becoming scarce. So spending money on these techniques, they become very, very handy and useful. I'm going to give you a little more detailing about one area like pavement. Road infrastructure has seen a lot of growth, and if you see the present government, they have doubled the number of kilometers constructed per day from the day they assumed power within a short time. So it was 8 kilometers, now 16 kilometers per day. That's the target in national highways and state highways. So doubling of that. We need not only the material to build the infrastructure, we also need them to sustain and maintain. So we'll be requiring them to top up because of the additional traffic requirement. So what you have is a kind of surface course, which is 30 to 50 mm at the top. And if every 4 year or 5 year, it will develop cracks or that, because it has a useful life. So what normally people do is that they'll put another layer on that. And then at some stage of time, it becomes very, very thick. And when it is passing through the habitated places, then because of drainage problem, then you need to remove that. Or with the development, you need to relocate the highways. So what do you do with the old materials? You have been discarding them so far. But now, because the overlay, if I give you some example that you need so much of the expensive, and every 3 to 5 years you have to work up with some layer which is demanding a bitumen of 5 to 5.75%, and bitumen costs also raking up. So I need to conserve the material because aggregate need to be saved, and natural source, we already mentioned that, and it is threatening the river beds and mining both. So this is what technique was earlier done. You would demolish it for certain reason and throw it out. Why we throw it out? Because I can't use it again, because it is in form of the lump. So what I'm going to do is I improved it to this extent, but finally I need the aggregate in this form before I can reuse it. So what we have done is that now we have got the milling machines. The milling machines are fixed with the diamond teeth. So they will directly chip off the material in finer forms and produce the material in the form you see over here. So this can be mixed up with so that is the old material. So what I'm doing is I'm removing the layer, putting it into aggregate form, and then mixing with some new materials, adding bitumen, and then relaying it back. So in this process, I save two things. One, you save actually the aggregate material itself. The second, if I needed say 5.5% of the bitumen, I may be now doing with the 4.5% of the bitumen. So this will be saving 1% of bitumen. So 1% of bitumen saving means it comes in the terms of lakhs of the rupees per kilometer length. So bitumen cost is nowadays something like 60 to 70% of the total road cost. Earlier it used to be different. It costs you something like 36 rupee a kg. So saving 1 rupee, 1% of the bitumen is very, very, and Second, the biggest thing is that if I am not reusing it, where I am dumping it, so I am either spoiling the land because it is not going to be used anywhere else. And if it is too old and pavement, then I'm going to use in the bottom layers. So we did lot of studies, and all over the country and world, the studies have been done. And it is found that up to 30 to 35% of the old material can be used in the bituminous mixes, and up to 40% of the material can be used in the granular layers, mean the bottom layers. When the aggregate, when the pavement is very, very old, then it goes. So that's one example. And then just to mention that 3 studies which we did over there. This was a case that we had a demolition waste in one of the area, which was a building, college building was coming up. So what we did was, the demolition waste was crushed under the roller, and it was used as one bottom layer. So we saved 150 mm layer, whole of the road and the parking. So that was done. It was done 8 years ago. It is working perfectly. Then another case was reconstruction. So when you were removing, so we encountered big boulder. The specification said no, you can't use something like more than 75 mm. But then we did some study and we reused each and every material which was removed from that site. So bottom layer was made from that. So you need to actually use your ingenuity and come up with the solutions. The codes or guidelines, they are meant to be guidelines, but they are not the dictators. So if you are confident that the performance can be achieved, so why not do that? So you have to use, that is the engineering, economization, giving the solution. So similar cases have been done, and we did the post studies also, and they have been found to be performing quite well. So thank you so much. I believe that since we lost a couple of minutes in the beginning due to interconnectivity, so if you have some question, you can ask me, else I am going to close that because the new speaker is already here.
So any question from the center? Or anybody would like to pose a question to Mr. Dugal? Any question from your side? So thank you very much, Professor Dugal, for being with us and sharing some of the areas where technology has changed and the problems which we are facing in terms of buildings, roads, materials, and how these problems can be solved. Some of the suggestions have also been given. So even these are the areas of research in civil engineering. So thank you very much. Now, friends, we have with us Dr. Rakesh Kumar. He is working in the Computer Science and Engineering department of this institute. He is likely to throw light on the emerging areas of research in computer science and engineering. So I request Dr. Rakesh to kindly take charge of the session. And उल्टा मैं उल्टी लगा रही हूँ.
Good afternoon, participants.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving me an opportunity to have an expert talk in this 5 days course. So I will be discussing the emerging areas in the field of computer science and engineering. So I hope here the participants are having from the different background. So I will be having a brief introduction about the each field. So before that, I hope you have already covered this topic, what is research and how it is going to be affected with the different branches of engineering. I'm going to just take 1 or 2 minutes over this research, how it is going on. So these are some of the messages, or you can say the definition, which states it should be about some problem that encourages the researchers and it is of interest for the others, that basically contributes to the research. Suppose I am working in the area of suppose mobile technology, IoT or cloud computing, it should be such that problems should be such that you are enthusiasm enough so that you can work on that field. And suppose you are going to develop any technology or any prototype that will be helpful for the others, then and only then it is beneficial for the community as well as for you to do a research in the particular field. So I'm skipping few of the slides because I hope this has already been covered in this. But in the area of computer science, the research basically focused in 2 aspects that are basically qualitative as well as the quantitative. We can apply our research, applicable algorithms in the area of like image processing or cloud computing or wireless networks that basically focuses around these 2, whether it is quantitative or qualitative. In case of quantitative research, we provide the solution and we compare the solution with the help with the existing one in terms of certain parameters, how much improvement we are getting with respect to the previous one and how much beneficial is our solution with respect to the existing one in terms of parameters only, how much benefit, whether it is for 30% better, 20% better, 10% better. And the other way of research, that is qualitative, in which we are going to propose a completely new way of technology. Like we have this new technology like this big data analytics. This is totally new. If you go 2-3 years back, this field was totally new and it is a different kind of research with respect to the normal conventional databases approaches. In case of conventional databases, we have the normalizations, we have the different algorithms with respect to the distributed computings. So all those algorithms, those are applicable to the normal conventional databases, cannot be straight away applied to our big data analytics approach. So this is somewhat with respect to the qualitative. So the scope of research with respect to the computer science varies with the student background, whether it is a PhD level research or it is a master level research or it is with respect to the postdoctoral research. Generally, in case of postdoctoral or PhD research, we hope the work should be up to the level of the world. And in case of like bachelor's and postgraduate, we are limited with the country or within a community. So whenever we are going to propose a new technology or new field in the area of computer science, like suppose this big data analytics I have discussed, like IoT, these are some of the few things in which we can work upon. So on which we should have an application. Any field you are going to opt for, there should be some application on which you are going to work. Otherwise, your research is not worth for the market or for the users. So application should be must, whether your field in which you are going to work, is there any application in the coming years or not? And there should be enough motivation in the problem in which you are going to work upon. And corresponding to that, you can go for the background research or background investigation, what else has been done by the various researchers from all over the globe or within the country that has been done in this field that we can think upon or we can view from the background investigation. And depending upon that, what has already been done, how we can contribute or how we can add onto the existing one, that basically contributes to the research in this. And after that, we can develop our prototype or we can propose our new algorithm or we can provide a qualitative solution that will be completely a new one for the existing problem that is not being challenged by any of the researchers. Or we can also improve some of the existing approaches that has already been proposed with to some extent. So there are generally multiple sources available through which we can go through to find out our research problem. Like we have the various journals, we have the conference papers, we have the magazines, we have newspapers, articles from which we can find out what are the existing work that is currently being challenged by various researchers. So there are generally two types of publishers available here, open access as well as paid. Open access journals, or you can are the journals those who are free for the viewers and paid for the authors. And paid are the free for authors and paid for the viewers. Generally, whenever you are going to start your research, you should go for such journals. Those are free for the authors and paid for the viewers. These are some of the reputed journals in the area, so reputed publishers in the area of those publishers the papers in the area of computer science and in some other fields also, like IEEE, Springer, Elsevier, InterScience, Wiley, IGI Global, Taylor and Francis. These are some of the reputed publishers on which you can go through their papers and work upon the technology that you have taken from these publishers. They publish conference papers as well as the journal papers both. These are some of the emerging areas in the field of computer science on which you can work upon, like ad hoc networks, wireless sensor networks, ubiquitous computing, artificial intelligence, big data, or you can say the big data analytics, image processing, computer vision, human-computer interaction, and so on. I'm going to discuss few of them on which you can work upon. Like in case of ad hoc networks, it is a kind of network in which all the nodes are completely infrastructureless and there is no predetermined connection between them. The topology amongst the nodes can be changed. So this field has multiple challenges, like you can work upon in the area of routing. Routing is a big challenge in case of wireless network, how when the nodes are moving from one location to any other location, how the topology is changed on the fly and how the new connection has been established. So developing a new algorithm that will be cost effective as well as very, very fast, that will be a big challenge in this case. Similarly, channel contention is also a major challenge in case of ad hoc networks. There is a common wireless channel that is shared by the multiple nodes. Those are the part of the wireless ad hoc network. They are sharing a common channel. So whenever they want to transmit any message, all of them suddenly try to use the common channel. So there may be a channel problem. So we can develop an algorithm, or the solution can be proposed in this area also. Clustering is also a field in this subfield of this ad hoc networks in which the researchers are working with some of the nodes of the wireless network. They form a local cluster and there is a cluster head. Cluster head will pass on the message to the other nodes and they can form then inter-network amongst themselves. So developing a new algorithm for the cluster-based wireless sensor network or wireless ad hoc network, this can also be think of. Quality of service that represents the quantitative and qualitative representation of the user's requirement, how well the user's requirements are being addressed by the network provider. So we can also work upon to improve the quality of service parameters of the users, how the bandwidth that is being given to the user can be improved by providing some algorithms for the aggregation so that the network traffic has been reduced or it is aggregated. Like in case of, suppose I am asking any student ki how much is your marks in 10th standard. So he will directly say to me ki my marks is 70%. He is telling to me the aggregate of all the marks. So rather than telling the marks of individual subjects, suppose he has studied the 5 subjects at the 10th standard, he will say me a aggregation of all the marks. That reduces the network traffic here. So similar mechanism can also be applied for the wireless network. Likewise, congestion control, mobility modeling is also a major challenge in case of ad hoc networks. Like we have the wireless ad hoc networks, but simulating this wireless ad hoc network in implementing this wireless ad hoc network in the real time is quite complex as well as the cost. It requires a lot of cost. So most of the researchers are implementing these ad hoc networks in the simulator. So, but the real results, real-time environment result are slightly different from the simulations. So that is why we need, if we need an efficient mobility model that can represent the real-time environment onto the simulator, so that our results are appropriate or it represents the same environment as in the case of real-time. So security is also a major challenge because we have the wireless environment. Any person can join the network and it can add on the messages to the network as well as retrieve the messages from the network. So security is also a big challenge in case of ad hoc networks. These are some of the simulators on which you can use these simulators while simulating these ad hoc networks like NS2, NS3 is there, QualNet, GlomoSim, NetSim. They provide many functionalities of the ad hoc networks. Out of these, NS2, NS3 and GlomoSim these are free. QualNet and NetSim, these are the paid simulators. So whenever you are going for the research, it is advisable to go for the open source simulators, because further source codes are available to you, and new features that are being added by the research communities are easily available to you as well as to the community. Sensor network is a similar kind of field with respect to the wireless ad hoc network, but in this all the nodes are most of the time stationary. One of the subfield of this wireless sensor network is the underwater sensor network, on which most of the researchers are doing the research in current scenario. Suppose we want to get the data from the forest or from the remote area where it is very difficult to reach personally at location. We generally deploy the sensors from the aircraft or from some other modes of transportation. Then after that, the nodes forms the networks amongst themselves, and they provide the information to the server that is placed at some far off location. So in this case, generally, as I said, some subfields are there on which we can work upon, like the network deployment. The first challenge in case of wireless sensor network is the network deployment, how we are going to deploy our sensors and how they will form a network amongst themselves. Because just deploying the networks from the aeroplane, it will not going to form any kind of network, and they are not going to provide you any kind of data, or you can say the useful information. They will just give you the random information. So we need a kind of useful information. Suppose 5 sensors are deployed at a nearby positions. We are just going to trying to retrieve the temperature over there. Sometimes 5 of the sensors, they are transmitting the same information, like it is 32 degrees centigrade or 32.1 degrees centigrade. So such kind of exact information is not always useful for all the applications. Sometimes we need the accurate information, sometimes we need the accuracy up to the only 2 decimal places, 3 decimal places, or sometimes we just avoid the accuracy depending upon the applications. So this can be a subfield on which we can work upon. Likewise, the network topology, as we have deployed the sensors from the aeroplane, there is no active source of power to these sensors. So once the batteries drain off, there is no other mode for the sensors to work. So the sensor node will be die, and we need to form another network, or you can say the sub network, in which the first node is died and the other nodes may join the network. So we need to reform the network as well as think about the topology. Likewise, the transmission media is also very, very important in this case. Like we are discussing the underwater sensor network, there some of the transmission media, those are useful in case of normal scenarios, may not be straight away applied in case of underwater sensor networks. We need different types of transmission media over there. For these sensors, as the size of the sensor is very, very small, normal operating systems that we are using on our personal computers cannot be used over there. We need a tiny operating system for these sensor networks. Like we have an operating system for our mobile phones. This operating system is different from the personal computers on which we are using, because the size of device is different and its application is also different. So same is the case applicable for these wireless sensor network. We need an operating system that is very, very small in size and can work for longer hours without the active power supply over there. Fault tolerance is also a big challenge in wireless sensor network. Scalability is also a subfield in wireless sensor network for which we can work upon, because the sensors, suppose we have deployed the sensors in the far off places, some of the sensors are died, and it may be possible there is a partition network amongst the sensors. So we need the scalability so that the sensors are able to cover an area of suppose 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer, and later on suppose we have deployed some of the sensor at 1 month later, 2 months later. So there should be a compatibility between the new one and the existing one. They can form the network amongst themselves. So for this, we can develop some technologies or algorithms so that they can work with the existing one also. And the synchronization between the new one and the old one is also a big challenge. Or maybe some of the sensors are from different manufacturers, or they are for different purposes. There should be a synchronization amongst the sensors. And In case of wireless sensor network, there is another subfield on which nowadays most of the research is going on, that is the wireless body area network. Like we can see on the flip cards, there are a lot of wearable sensors available through which we can know how much is our walking speed, how much calories we are burning in a certain amount of time. So all this information is collected by the sensors from our body, that is transmitted from the sensors to the, most of the time it is the mobile phone on which we are seeing with the help of an app. So we can work upon these apps as well as sensors, these body sensors also. So they are, just because nowadays we need at least 2-3 sensors. 3 sensors are required to retrieve the information from the body. So if we are able to reduce the number of sensors from 3 to suppose 1, that will be also beneficial to the society as well as to us also. Some of the simulators are same that are used for wireless sensor networks like NS2, Qualnet, GlomerSim, NetSim. Another field on which most of the research in the area of computer science that is going on is the cloud computing. Earlier, if we look at 10 years back, most of the softwares are available in the form of compact disk. Softwares are given to us in the form of compact disk. Then there was very large issue of piracy. Then they have started selling their softwares with the MAC, binding of MAC address. We need to install the software onto a particular machine only. But nowadays, most of the softwares are available on the basis of cloud. We can download the software from the cloud, we can install onto our machine, binded with the help of MAC address. The best example is the IBM Bluemix, Amazon Cloud. Even we are using the services of Gmail. It is also installed onto the cloud. We can access our Gmail account from any location. This is one of the major area in the computer science where the research is going on. In this, we need to balance, or you can say schedule our task, because generally cloud computing is used where we need the vast amount of computing that is not possible to compute on a single machine. So there may be multiple servers, they are processing the user request. And in this also we have multiple layers also, like infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service, and some other layers are also available there. So we can work upon any of the layer, that is the services that are provided to the users at the far off places. So because generally this cloud computing is used where we have large number of tasks and we want to compute these tasks at a location. So balancing amongst these tasks is also required. Suppose we have 5 servers at our end for providing the cloud services. We have suppose thousands of tasks at our end. So we cannot distribute all the tasks to the one machine. Neither we cannot distribute all the tasks at one machine, nor we can just divide the 1000 tasks by 5 and just send all the tasks to each machine, because it may be possible that some of the tasks they may require large computation, some of the tasks are small in size and they require less computation. And it may be possible that some of the tasks are divided in such a way that the output of one is supplied to the input of another. So there may be a pipelining kind of situation. So we cannot execute all those tasks parallelly. So that is a case that comes under the scheduling, where we have dependent scheduling and independent scheduling. In case of independent scheduling, we have the tasks, those are completely independent, and we can execute all those tasks independently and simultaneously at different machines. But in case of dependent scheduling, we need to take care of these conditions, where the output of one is supplied as the input to the another. So we cannot execute them parallelly straight away, although we can do the pipelining at some extent. So we can provide algorithm in such a way that this pipelining kind of situation can be assumed, or we can be retrieved at a prior time, so that they can be efficiently as well as effectively executed in a parallel way. And allocating the resources to these tasks, those are executing parallelly, is also a big challenge, because some of the tasks are there, those are computing for the same kind of resources at the same time. So we want to distribute the task in such a way, suppose one task is using, suppose at a moment of time, suppose the hard disk, another one is using the printer, and third one is using a different resource. We want to distribute the resource in a dynamic manner. Security is again a big challenge in case of cloud computing. Mobile cloud computing is another subfield of this cloud computing. Like nowadays, we can give a print command. Suppose my printer is configured with my Gmail account, I can give the print command from my mobile phone only, so that the page can be printed at the my printer that is connected with my desktop machine. This is possible only with the help of mobile cloud computing, because my Gmail account is configured with the cloud, and I am having the internet at both sides here, and my mobile phone as well as my PC is also connected there. So such kind of features, those are available with the mobile phone as well as with the desktop machine. They can be connected in such a way that we can give the remote command from different location with the help of my mobile phone. Infrastructure as well as ubiquitous connectivity. Like nowadays, we are also using these smart sensors at our homes. Like when I've given you one example in the case of body area network. They are forming a network of the sensors. Those are variable, or you can say in a kind of non-variable with our body, and they are sending the information to the one location. So with the help of this, we can have the sensors among our home also. I am giving the remote command in the form of my voice, whether the door is closed or the light is switched on or switched off accordingly. Or we can have a thief detector system with the help of these sensors, so that my home is smart enough to take appropriate actions corresponding to these. These are some of the simulators like CloudSim, Workflow Sim, Cloud Analyst, on which this cloud computing researchers are working upon. Every time whenever we are working in this computer science field, it is always advisable to work in the real time. But real time, working in the real time is very, very cost challenging. That is why we try to first implement our algorithm or our solution or framework onto the simulator. After that, we can develop the prototype. Artificial intelligence is another field on which we can work upon, because nowadays we want our machine to behave like the human, so that we artificially make our machine intelligent so that they can take the decisions just like the humans. So for this, there is a subfield, or you can say, of this artificial intelligence, that is the machine learning. We make the machine to learn the things as us. And the simulators that are being used in the field of artificial intelligence are like this neural network simulator, SimBrain, neural network simulator, StudyRet, and the XML is the data handling, storage, and indexing query languages that are used in the artificial intelligence. Ant cloning optimization is one of the common subfield in the area of artificial intelligence that is being used by even the electrical department and the researchers in the electrical area also. They provide the solutions by generating the artificial intelligence onto our machine, and they take the decision accordingly. These distributed systems are another field on which we can do our research. Like nowadays, if we go back to our suppose 10-20 years back, the size of our software, that is the operating system, were very, very less, as well as our application software was also very small in size. But nowadays, as the computation power of our hardware has been increased, likewise the size of our software has also been increased, and accordingly the size of problem is also increasing. If we go back to 20-30 years back, we have the batch systems. We submit our jobs and they give back the result in 4-5 days. But nowadays we submit our problem to our machines or our computers. They give back result to us simultaneously. So nowadays the size of problem is also growing, as well as the hardware technology is also growing. But we want to implement our system in such a way that always it is giving us the best result as well as in a less time. Likewise, in few years back, we were also listening about the supercomputers, but nowadays supercomputer is completely gone off. We are not listening about the supercomputers. This is because of this distributed computing. In case of supercomputer, suppose at current moment of time, I am going to build one supercomputer. It is going to handle suppose 100 problems simultaneously. But suppose with the passage of time, my problem size had been, or problem domain has been increased. Now we need to solve 1000 problems simultaneously. So in that case, our supercomputer is failed. We cannot make our supercomputer scalable to such situation. But in case of distributed system or cloud system or grid systems, we add the node to the existing system, and this capability of the system is increased. This is the benefit of this distributed system, and they can handle the large problem with the help of increasing the number of nodes in the clusters. But the problem with this is, whenever we are able to add the hardware to the system, but the problem here is, suppose I'm having the one database that is stored onto the one particular machine, but I want to execute them parallelly onto the 5 locations. One is here, one is in Bombay, another one in suppose Calcutta. Suppose there are 4 or 5 locations. I want to execute them parallelly. So I need to replicate the data at 5 locations. But the problem comes with this is whenever I am going to update my data, then also I need to update at the 5 places simultaneously. Although the data availability is increased, but the problem is also there with the increasing the availability of data with the redundancies. There is a challenge when we are going to update the data. When there is any change in the data, we need to make the changes at 5 places. For this, we need such algorithms or such protocols so that takes care all these things while updating the packets for the information at 5 locations or multiple locations when data is replicated. And moreover, we cannot replicate all the data at 5 locations because we don't have such storage space available with this. So sometimes we also fragment our database also. We fragment the database as well as we replicate it multiple places. Sometimes if one of the site is down, we can retrieve the data from the other site. The challenge here is we need to do in a cost effective manner, as well as the optimization should be there. Whenever I am going, suppose I am at location A, I am at site A, and I have fired one query from this location. But unfortunately, the data corresponding to this particular query is stored at B location. So in this case, we may need to retrieve the data from B location to A location, then executing this query over here. It may add some cost. So we need to consider all these cost factor into the consideration while distributing the queries onto the different sites. So we can have different simulators for this: GridSim, SimGrid, GridLabs for this distributed systems. Another field on which researchers are working, that is the image processing. So in this, there are some of the simulators, those are available like MATLAB and Skylab we can work upon. And subfields are also there, like in which we can work upon how we can compress the image without deteriorating its quality, and we are able to retrieve it back. Likewise, we have another field on which the researchers are working, that is the data mining. We are able to store the large amount of data onto the database, and also we are able to retrieve back the data effectively. Like we are able to log into our Gmail system. There are billions or trillions of users over the globe, but we are able to log in as well as get our data back within very few seconds. This is possible with the help of effective page ranking algorithm that is proposed by the Google. Another field that we have already discussed about the big data, as the size of hardware is increasing, also the problem size. So we are able to store those data onto the large hardware. So we need an effective mechanism for cooling, as well as also we need a mechanism to retrieve the data back from it. And also there are some organizations who are working to retrieve the useful information from the large amount of data. Suppose I have given one query onto suppose my Facebook, my camera is not working properly. So even that particular kind of vague statement are also useful for the manufacturers. Suppose I have given such statement, it means I'm going to purchase a new mobile in near future. Such companies, those who are developing this mobile, they are willing to learn about those users. Semantic web is another field on which we can work upon. Information retrieval over the object-oriented mechanism or the ontology availability in multilinguality visualization. So there are some other fields also, but these are the major fields on which we can work upon. If you have any other questions, you can ask from the NITRRR Chandigarh or from the remote centers.
So any question from the participant side? Any center has a question?
Good morning. Good morning, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Hanji, sir, you are audible. You can ask your question.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, related in field of computer science.
Yes.
I'm being the faculty of computer science engineering. Sir, related to the recent trends or emerging fields in now, computer science should be one of the fuzzy or neural computing implementation with the data mining area.
Yes.
So, when we start with one research part, see so many fields related to data mining already researched by so many research scholars and have contributed their own research area. But you have mentioned one that big data, like a big data or Hadoop technology is the recent trends now. So how we actually, sir, enter to big data and find a problem statement, and choose a subject?
So just as I have given you one example, suppose I am using my Facebook and suppose I am chatting with my friend. I have given one example of this. I have given just a vague statement. My mobile phone, my camera of mobile phone is not working well. So this gives an intention that in the near future I am going to purchase one new mobile phone. So such kind of analytics, such kind of thinking from the perspectives of the mobile developers, or you can say the manufacturers, they want to retrieve such kind of information. So in big data analytics, generally a big challenge is how to retrieve the useful information from a large chunk of data. You can develop one algorithm for this, so that will work fine. Or you can provide a solution for the storage, because whenever we have large data at our hand.
4-5.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes. Yes.
Hello?
Yes, sir. You can ask. Yes,
No,
you can
no.
ask me.
Sir, related to when we go for analysis upon some data item, like a Facebook, you have seen one example. Means how many customers have faced that problems, and after that we find a graphical analysis that being in which part of area will be having one contributed in this field, like that we count it, sir.
Yeah. Another example is, suppose like there is any other company who is suppose developing the cold drink, manufacturing the cold drink, suppose. So they would like to analyze their sales pattern. It is dependent on which are the parameters those are affecting our sales. Like suppose if we are discussing about the cold drink, if we analyze the sales, it is different with different parts of the country. If we go to Jammu and Kashmir, their temperature is generally varies from 0 to 10, 15, 20 degrees centigrade. And if you go to the southern part of the country, temperature varies in a different manner. Generally, the sales of cold drink will be different with respect to the different part of the country. This is one parameter, this physical location. Another parameters are the cost. Another other parameters are the advertisement. So these companies would like to analyze their sales pattern on different parameters. So analyzing the sales pattern of one particular company is also a big challenge. You can work upon that also. You can find out a critical parameter, those affect the sales most.
Thank you, sir.
One or two examples on which you can work. Any other questions?
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Hello.
Bangalore. You're audible. You can ask.
Hello.
Is it audible there?
Anji, sir, boliye, please.
Sir. Here I'm speaking Jagdish from SPFU, Karnataka.
Okay.
My question to you is, recently we came across Internet of Things, a new area arising in computer science.
Yes.
That how it's good or taking up the research in Internet of Things. What is the scope in that one, sir? And what are the prior knowledge of subjects we should have to take up the research in Internet of Things?
So I have given you 2-3 examples of Internet of Things also. I have not specifically mentioned the word IoT, but I have given you a few of the examples, like printing a page onto the printer with the help of mobile phones. And I have also given you the example of wireless body area networks. I have also given you the example of smart sensors and smart homes. All these comes under the field of IoT, because we are using the sensors, we are using the internet technology, and we are giving the remote command.
But sensors, all these things using in artificial intelligence, we use those things, no, sir?
Yeah, sir, with respect to all these fields comes under the area of computer science. These fields are interrelated also. Like I have given you the one example of artificial intelligence, this Antoine optimization. This algorithm is used in computer science as well as in the electrical engineering, some other parts also. Like robotics also, we are working in the area of computer science as well as in the area of mechanical. These fields are interrelated.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, this is from RHC Bangalore.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Well, this is. Yeah, is it audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Hello.
Yes,
yeah.
sir, you are
My
audible.
question is, if I'm choosing cloud Hello. Yeah, if I'm shooting framework, secure cloud computing is a research topic.
Yes.
So is it okay with computer science?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Is it okay? Definitely, sir.
Cloud computing application.
Because framework can also be chosen as a research topic. That's what I wanted to confirm.
No, sir, you can work upon this area. Even, sir, if we go to the other parts of the world, most of the research are like interdepartmental research. It is not limited to a one particular department. If we go to other foreign university, even the name of the departments are like this: Department of Computer Science and Electrical Engineering. So this is possible. Even you are discussing about the cloud computing. It is rather a core computer science area on which you can work upon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rakesh, for joining us and highlighting the areas of computer science where the research can be undertaken or the current research areas. Thank you very much. Now, friends, I take this opportunity to extend welcome to Dr. Rajesh, who is working as Associate Professor in the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering. And he also has a very long, very rich experience at his back. Prior to working in this institute, he was working in the industry, and he has large number of publications in national and international journals. So I request him to share emerging areas of research in electronics and communication engineering. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
आज उनका खराब हो रहा है उनका भी
So good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Rajesh Mehra from Electronics and Communication Department. And I would like to thank Professor P.K. Tulsi for inviting me to deliver this talk on emerging areas in the area of electronics and engineering research. So I'm really thankful to ma'am. So my presentation will include the following points, and we are going to discuss these points in detail. So outline of this presentation, first we are going to discuss why we need research. Then we are going to discuss some emerging areas of research. Then what are the existing challenges and how we can go ahead to solve or to find out the problems for the solution for those problems. Then we are going to discuss some design tools available in the market for starting your research. Then we are going to perform the classification of different areas, and finally we have to conclude our session. So first of all, what is the need of research? Why we go for research? Actually, in modern electronic systems, all of them demand you can say high performance in terms of accuracy. You have to provide the solution and it should be accurate, it should be error free, your system should be reliable, it should work for longer period, and the performance of your system should be very high in terms of speed. It should work at high speed, and power consumption of your system it should be less. Your system should be less in size and less in weight. Yes, whatever product you are going to design, it should be cost effective, otherwise it is not going to survive in the market. Yes, time to market factor should be very less. Otherwise, some other competitor is going to launch their product in the market and you will be out of the race. And yes, ease of modification, because at present electronic industry is changing very fast. So your design, it should be flexible, and modification should be easy in your design. So you have to consider this point also. Ease of testability means once your product is in working condition, if there is any fault, then its testability should be easy, and it should be easy to locate the fault. So these are some basically you can say areas on which normally researchers work, and they try to improve maybe 1 or 2 out of these different areas. So most of the researchers directly or indirectly work on these parameters. Then emerging areas in the electronics and communication engineering, as our earlier speaker, Dr. Rakesh, he was giving some broad areas related to computer, and you can find out some of those areas here also, because all these areas are interdisciplinary. So presently we can't say we are core electronics and communication, and we prefer to select one topic that is interdisciplinary. So some areas may be common with computer science, may be common with mechanical department, but these are interdisciplinary, and you can go ahead with these areas, and there is no problem. So these areas are digital signal processing, audio and video processing, image processing, wireless communication, mobile communication, satellite communication, embedded system design, VLSI design, wireless sensor networks, network security, reconfigurable system design, Internet of Things, and robotics. Here you can see that wireless sensor network was discussed earlier. Network security is also interdisciplinary kind of area. Then IoT, Internet of Things, it is common for every you can say engineering field. Robotics, it is also used by computer as well as by mechanical engineer. So these are interdisciplinary, and we can go ahead with any one of these emerging research areas. So what are the existing challenges? Actually, whenever we go for any electronic system design, and in most of the applications we have discussed earlier in our previous slide, whenever we perform any you can say whenever we perform any operation, in that operation most of the times we multiply and add. Whatever we are going to perform, it will be most of the operations use multiply and add operations. And as Dr. Rakesh said, signal is going to come from the real world. We are dealing with signals which are coming from real world. We have to process those signals, and we have to give the response in certain time. So time bound output you have to produce. You can't wait for much time. You have to give the solution in very shorter time. So most of the operations we perform in our these applications, directly or indirectly, these operations comes under the category of transformation, convolution, correlation, and all these operations are performed with the help of multiplication and addition. So it means that whenever we have to design these systems, we need multipliers, adders, and memory elements in hardware if we want to implement this in a hardware environment. Transformation means you have your signal in one form, and there is a need to convert that signal from one form to another form. I will give you one example of this. What is the need of transformation? First one is this one. If you can look at these two waveforms, and if you just analyze these two waveforms, I think you can understand it is very difficult to analyze. You can't give any analysis of these two waveforms. So from here we can say that when analysis of two waveforms is difficult to perform, then you have to transform that data from that form to another form. So transformation is required at that point. So we will, this data is in time domain. We will go for frequency domain. We are going to transform the data from time domain to frequency domain. Here you can see that these two waveforms include signal that consists of two frequency components. In our earlier waveforms, you can't predict, but here you can see that two different frequency components are available. So by changing the form of the signal, you can analyze the signal. This is one example of transformation, why we need transformation. Another example of transformation is whenever you click photographs, whenever you record videos, there is need to compress the data. For compression of data, you transform the data from one form to another form. And example of your transformation is MP3, MP4. These are nothing but behind MP3 and MP4, different kind of transformations are working. Then convolution. Convolution is nothing but filtering, and filtering is required in every field because signal is coming from real world and it is mixture of noise and wanted information. And there is a need to eliminate the noise from the wanted signal, and you have to produce that signal without any noise. So you have to perform the filtering, and filtering is required in each and every field. So convolution is nothing but filtering. So you have to perform the filtering part. Here you can see that the first signal is ECG signal. This is the original signal, and the second one is ECG signal with noise in it. And what will be the purpose of your filter? Purpose of your filter, you have to design a filter, and that filter is going to take that noise contaminated signal, and the purpose of the filter is to eliminate the noise, and it has to produce an output that will be closer to the input. So you have to filter out the noise, you have to produce one output, and that output will be closer to the input signal. So convolution or filtering is very important. Then correlation. Correlation is basically comparison between two signals, and it is also required at present in each and every areas. Here this example is for radar. In case of radar, we transmit one signal, and then we receive the signal, and then we compare these two signals in order to find out the target, if target is present or not. You are sending one signal, this is the transmitted signal, then you receive these two signals. If you see again, you can't analyze these two signals. What is this all about? Again, we are going to perform the correlation. Here you can see that in the first waveform there is one peak, sharp peak, and the second one there is no sharp peak. So that peak indicates that aircraft is present, and the second one, it means aircraft is not present. So basically you are transmitting one signal, you are receiving the signal from the target, you are comparing them. If there is any peak, it means target is present. If there is no peak, then target is not present. So this is the example of correlation. Apart from this, you are you will see different examples these days in security. Even in our laptop, you have now thumb. You can open your laptop with the help of thumb or any finger. This is your attendance, biometric attendance. Your data is saved. Your data is saved in the database, and whenever you put your finger on that area, that will be compared with the data present inside that comparison. If it is matching, only then your laptop, it will be open, or your name will appear on that biometric attendance. So that is one, your ATM cards again. So these are some examples of correlation. So these three things are normally used in each and every field: transformation, convolution, and correlation. So basically in all the fields, we directly or indirectly perform either correlation or convolution or transformation. For performing these three operations, you have to use multiplication and addition along with memory to save the data. So to start your research, you should have good knowledge about the design tools. What are the design tools available with the researcher? So design tools can be divided in two categories: simulation tools and implementation tools. Simulation tools are similar, as my friend Dr. Rakesh said. Whatever you are simulating, you are designing some system, you are designing some algorithm, you are simulating it, and you are just comparing the performance of your algorithm with existing algorithms. But your work is still simulation. You are not actually implementing that work on environment, in real environment. You are up to computer, developing the algorithm, simulating it. So whenever we are performing our research on simulation tools, we always work on reducing the error. We have to reduce the error, or sometimes you try to reduce the resources. Resources in terms of multipliers and adders and memory that effectively reduce the cost of your system. So example of these simulation tools are MATLAB, QualNet, Network Simulator, so many Scilab, so many other softwares are also there. But if you are designing something, simulation of that particular thing on PC, it doesn't mean that that same thing is going to work in actual environment, because implementation in actual environment is totally different. So if you really want to implement that thing on actual environment, then you have to move from simulation tool to implementation tool. You have to develop an hardware where you can make your system, and you can use your system, or you can check your system in actual environment. So these, whenever you work in these implementation tools, then you can improve. Then what are the areas of research? We can work on speed. We can improve the speed. We can improve the area consumption. We can reduce the area. We can reduce the power consumption of the system. And example of such softwares are Xilinx ISC, Cadence, Synopsys, Mentor Graphics, etc. So broadly, whenever we work, either we work on simulation part or we work on implementation, depending upon the software available with us. If we go for classification, broad classification of our research, mainly we work on four major parts. First, either we use GPP for our research. GPP stands for General Purpose Processors. General Purpose Processors are nothing but your microprocessors. Our PCs are using microprocessor. They can be 16-bit, 32-bit, 64-bit. So you can perform your research on general purpose computer. Whenever you write your algorithm, you use computer, you simulate it on computer, and that is basically your microprocessor based research. Second is your ASIP, application specific integrated processors. And under this category, two processors are there. One is microcontroller, another is DSP. Either you can work in microcontroller or you can work in a DSP. DSPs are used when you are dealing with signal flow kind of applications. Signal flow kind of application means signal is coming from real world. You are taking the signal, you are processing it. After processing your signal, you are sending it to the next unit. That is data flow kind of application. For example, whenever you are recording a video, you are recording the video, that video is captured, then that video is transformed into MP4, means it is compressed, and then it is sent to the hard disk. Whenever it is required, you are going to retrieve it. So in that case, you can use DSP. And microcontrollers are used where you want to control some physical devices. For example, you press some key of your remote and some physical device is going to on. The physical device here means your tube light, your fan, AC, whatever it is. So by giving some physical input, you want to control some physical output. So for control kind of applications, we use microcontroller. For data flow kind of applications, we use DSPs. This is another area where you can work. And then PLDs. PLD stands for Programmable Logic Devices. And there are two, classification in this one, CPLD and FPGA. CPLD here stands for Complex Programmable Logic Devices, and FPGAs are here for field programmable gate arrays. These are used for, you can say, reprogrammable platforms. You can use one FPGA for number of applications. There is no restriction, means you can use this FPGA for this particular application only. You can use this FPGA for any of the applications, means these are more flexible. Then ASICs, application specific integrated chips. These are used for specific applications, means you design some chip and that chip is going to work for that particular application. You can't use that chip for any other application. ASIC means it is application specific. You have to use it for that particular application. So these are 4 major areas. So you can work on any one of these areas depending upon the tool available with you, whether you are using simulation tool or implementation tool. If we look into the flexibility wise, ASICs are less flexible. And when we go upwards, PLDs are more flexible, ASICs are again furthermore flexible, and GPP they are the maximum flexibility is there in case of general purpose processor. As you can see that computers we can use in any other field. We can use it for civil engineering, we can use it for mechanical engineering, for electrical, electronics. So we can use it for any area. Likewise, if you go for the performance wise, it is in other direction. Performance of ASICs is best. They are the optimal in all sense. They can give you better power, means low power consumption will be there, high speed, right? Area consumption will be less, and performance wise they will be better. But they are not flexible, means they can be used for that particular application. They cannot be used for any other application. So these are some. So this is the detail of some general purpose processor already discussed. ASICs already discussed here. ASICs are microcontroller and digital signal processor based. And CPLDs, FPGAs, they are more flexible. ASICs, their advantages and disadvantages already discussed. They are useful when bulk production is required, high speed is required. They are energy efficient, but their disadvantages are long design time, they are less flexible, high cost, and finally different applications where we can perform our research. Applications: mobile communication, traffic control, office and home automation, automobile. You can use research in this area. Consumer electronics is there. Then wireless communication. At present 5G is going on. Industrial automation. You can use your research in industrial automation also. And now finally conclusion. Researcher may select any one of the means discussed areas depending upon the inputs in term of literature, whatever literature you have, what is the input with you, your software, hardware. Once all these inputs are there with you, then you have to produce output in order to provide optimized solution in terms of speed, power consumption, area consumption, cost, time to market, and flexibility. So these are some areas and some you can say possibilities where electronics, not electronics, maybe computer, electrical, they can also go ahead with their research in these areas. And with this, I just close my session. Thank you very much. And now house is open for queries. You can ask your questions, please. If you have any query, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, in field of EC, means communication engineering.
Yes.
We are having focus upon the digital image processing in image field, sir.
Digital image processing, yes.
So in the digital image processing, can we apply field of pattern recognition in case of detecting the image of that particular person to be
yes
at the time of banking, or we can part of also any sensor related field, means automatically that person, means that sensor will be sensing that the person will be come to the field of area, so it's automatically open it like that.
Yes, definitely. You can work in this area depending upon the you can say literature. If you have good papers related to this area, then you can go ahead with this research, because your research depends upon the papers. If you have good IEEE transaction papers, Springer papers, then elsewhere papers, and then surely there is no doubt you can go ahead with this part.
Sir, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any other query? Okay, if no more queries are there, then yes.
Hello, maybe. Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Hello, maybe yes, sir. Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Sir, from ABS college. Am I audible, sir?
You are audible, but your voice. Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, sir. I want to know just about the VLSI design. Can you please elaborate some emerging research areas under this VLSI domain, please?
I think your question is from the LSI side, but you are not, means the voice is not clear.
Sir, my question is simply to know the emerging research areas in the field of VLSI.
In VLSI design? Okay. In VLSI design, you can go for ASIC design for 5G. You can go for transistor design using Centaurus tool. And you can go for filter designing on FPGAs for 5G communication. These 3-4 areas you can work.
Okay. Sir, in analog VLSI design area. Analog VLSI, which in analog VLSI domain, sir?
Actually, there is some problem in your voice.
Sir, in analog VLSI domain, I want to know the research areas.
Excuse me, I'll request you to come near the mic. Connect the external mic.
Sir, I want to know in analog VLSI domain.
Use the system mic.
System mic. कहाँ से होगा? Sir, in analog VLSI domain, I want to know. Sir, in analog VLSI domain.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Tell me in the field of analog VLSI domain, the research areas, possible research areas.
क्या कहा है?
मैंने पूरे तरह से समझा है, analog समझा है.
Okay, I think there is some problem.
Audio clear.
Or if my voice is clear, you can do. You can just.
अब उन्होंने कर दिया.
I think it is better. You can write down.
You can write down this.
Okay, sir.
Write down my email address, then you can send it to me. rajeshmehra@yahoo.com.
Okay, sir. Thanks.
Right? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mehra, for joining us. Now, friends, we have Professor S.S. Dhami, who is working in the Mechanical Engineering Department of this institute. I'll request the centers to please be silent. So we have the last presentation of the day, which Professor S.S. Dhami from Mechanical Engineering Department, he's going to give you the areas of research in mechanical engineering. So he has been with us since 2004, and prior to that he was working in Punjab Engineering College, now the Peck University of Technology, Peck University, not technology, but Peck University, Chandigarh. So I welcome him and hand over the charge of this session to him for the last presentation on areas of research in mechanical engineering.
Thank you, madam. Okay, friends, good evening. So in the last session, I'll discuss very briefly the emerging areas of research in mechanical engineering. As you know, research we carry out primarily based on the needs of the present and the needs of the future. So if we look at the needs of the human race, presently one problem with us is we have a growing population, and therefore we need the management of resources which are limited. Some are practically unlimited also. Then we want to provide a better quality of life to the people, especially to the elderly and differently abled or maybe injured people or sick people. And then we want continued development of electronic communications and the modes of travel. There may be some more, I have listed some. So based on these, if we consider the cutting edge areas, so some of the cutting edge areas are given here in the form of a plot. The source is latest document of American Society of Mechanical Engineers, in which the energy has been listed as the most important area for research. The next is bioengineering and biomedical engineering, then nanotechnology, alternative energy, water, and so on. Right. So as we said that because our planet is being loaded with more and more population, so energy is a very important issue. Then for providing quality life, bioengineering and biomedical is critical. Then nanotechnology, both from biomedical point of view as well as other engineering requirements. Alternative energy sources like sun, wind, etc. Then water, computers, electronics, clean energy, environmental, renewable energy, material science, sustainability, robotics, communications, chemical engineering, and information technology. So mainly in the field of mechanical engineering, some emerging and enduring areas of research that we have are listed here. So first is precision manufacturing. Precision manufacturing is required nowadays because we want the components to have a long life and we want the components to be miniaturized. Right? Now there are very small robots which can go into our bloodstreams, attack a particular cancerous cells, kill them, or deliver the medicine to particular areas of our body. So precision manufacturing is a very hot area of research. Now concerned with precision manufacturing is micro machining. So when we say micro machining, that means we are talking about micron level. So we want devices which are of the size of microns, maybe comparable, a turbine, for example, a turbine which is comparable to the size of an ant. A turbine which can deliver power in terms of microwatt or even less than that. So they are required for our miniaturized robots. They are required for very precise manufacturing. So in micro machining, the issue is that how to achieve micro cuts or how to remove material at micro level. Right? So nowadays we have equipments which are being developed and manufactured and available in the market, although they are still limited, using laser technology, using some spark erosion, using some very precise methods by which we can remove layers atom by atom. Then we have hard machining. Right? So hard machining is that now new materials are coming up. For example, ceramics, which have been there for a very long time, but still now they are being used more as compared to metals. So machining a hard material is always very difficult because you can't cut it and then have good surface finish, or you can't cut it with the economical means. Surface engineering. So we need, if we need hard surfaces, we need good surfaces, then we need to treat the surfaces so that we can get required quality or characteristics of that surface. Now, concerned with hard machining and surface engineering is tool life. So we require specialized tools, and specialized tools are expensive. So if we are going to use something expensive, we would like it to have a long life. So research in the areas of tool life is again, which is a hot thing these days. In terms of tool life, we need to have, say, coatings applied on the tools so that we can improve not only the life of the tool, but also get better surfaces of the components that we machine with these tools. So related to the first 5 items that I have listed, a very important part is developing materials. Materials for components, materials for tools. So developing new material in terms of composites, in terms of alloys, is another very, you can say, recent area. In fact, nowadays, if you look at the advertisements for researchers or faculty worldwide, especially in North America, you will find that their first choice is a person having experience in material science. Then next, a very relevant area is modeling and simulation. Just like Dr. Mehra was talking of simulation, so it's so important. Like Dr. Mehra was talking of different topics like convolution, correlation, transformation, signal processing. So all these topics are not limited to only electronics or electrical or computer science nowadays. In mechanical engineering, these topics are very much required, and a lot of research is carried out in the area of signal processing, which I'll come to. But related to that is modeling and simulation. So here I have listed 2 very important parts: thermal and fluid flow simulation and vehicle dynamics and control. So when we say vehicle, doesn't mean cars only. It can be any vehicle of any type, maybe a road transport vehicle or a spacecraft or an aeroplane or a train. Now, thermal and fluid flow. If we look at it, looks like something related to mechanical only, but all our electrical equipment, our electronic equipment, as they become small, they generate more heat. So an efficient cooling of these systems is required. Recently, our institute is lucky enough that we are a selected few with which ABB India has signed an agreement under which they are giving us around 1.65 crore rupees to set up a simulation lab. Now that simulation lab will pertain to modeling and simulating electrical equipment, for example, switches, transformers, contactors, etc. And to some extent, motors also. Now, what do they want in that is, they want not only the electromagnetic simulation of these devices, but also their thermal simulation that how can we cool them better, their structural simulation, how can we make the air or other cooling medium flow through them in an efficient way so that their cooling is done in an appropriate manner. Similarly, vehicle dynamics and control. So we have now focus on vehicles which are, say, lighter, which are faster, which are safer. So for that, to make light vehicles, we again need new materials, and then these vehicles should also consume lesser energy. So making them lightweight is one aspect. Second aspect is making them aerodynamic. So again, fluid mechanics, fluid dynamics, thermodynamics becomes very important in their simulation. Then their otherwise mechanical dynamics, for example, what the force they are subjected to, how much do they vibrate, and how we can control them. So all the automobile companies these days, they use lot of simulation tools, specifically in the field of mechanical engineering. They very widespread. They use MATLAB and other softwares to simulate the mechanical systems. Another thing in vehicles is, for example, recently, I think up to next week, DST has invited some projects which relate to developing electric vehicles. So in electrical vehicles now, what are there? They have 4 or 5 areas of focus. So what are the areas? One is, again, the making the vehicle lightweight and more aerodynamic, and then making the vehicle consume less energy. So making it lightweight and aerodynamic will naturally lead to consuming it less energy. But when you are going to make a vehicle lightweight, we are talking of electric vehicle specifically. So that project is about electric vehicle. So we not only need to use lighter and stronger materials, but also batteries is a very, very main thing to consider in electric vehicles, because batteries are quite heavy. So again, one component there is to have alternative type of batteries which are lighter, which can store more energy for a longer duration of time. So to develop new batteries, to develop new motors, then apart from that, there are a few more other things. Yeah, crash worthiness. So crash worthiness is also required. So all this, before we can do experimentation, modeling is very important. So I emphasize, especially for mechanical engineering people, that they must learn to employ the mathematical models, and then to develop the virtual models, computer-based models, maybe using MATLAB, maybe using some CAD software, using finite element analysis software, like that. So it's a good area of research. Then we have sensing, which is very, very important. Nowadays, when we say sensors, it's not only pressure measurement, temperature measurement, but there are so many things which we need to measure. Right? Sensing is now all the more critical because, as you know, now we have the Internet of Things, IoT, which people call. So IoT is doesn't only relate to electronics or computer science. In fact, it is so much closely related to mechanical engineering that a consortium of German government and German companies, in 2011, they came up with a new term called Industry Standard 4. So what is this Industry Standard 4 is? That they say it is the 4th revolution in manufacturing that has come. The first revolution was when the steam engine was developed. Second revolution was when the electricity was invented. Third revolution was when electronics, miniaturized, and automation became very widespread in manufacturing industry. And now the 4th is the advent of information technology, where internet is there, all the devices are connected. So from mechanical engineering point of view, so now they foresee that in future industries, many present day concepts like ERP, they will become obsolete, because it will be the machines which will know what to make, how much to make, how much inventory is available in store. So machines will automatically order whenever they find that the inventory in the store is low, or whenever they find that there is something wrong going to happen with them. So IoT is coming in a big thing, and a main thing in IoT is sensors. Because in IoT, we will need sensors, again, which are very small, lightweight, quick to respond, have a long battery life, like that. And then we may be requiring to sense things which so far maybe we have not sensed. Okay. But even otherwise, even something conventional things that we think of to be very, very simple, they are also very important. For example, piping. So piping is going to play, now also it plays a very important role. So avoiding leakage in pipe is still today, as on date, a very, very hot topic of research worldwide. Then lastly, we come to condition monitoring. So again, condition monitoring sensing is there, involving signal processing, so that from the data that is given by the sensors to the controllers, they can process the data and find out that whether any defect is going to occur in the machine. So these are some hot areas of research in mechanical engineering. Okay, this, I will just skip. This slide only says that some people were interviewed and asked that how will you acquire knowledge for different research areas. So self-study was the most, say, it got the maximum number of votes. Most people said they will go in for self-study, and the sources are all their websites, magazines, books, like that. Now, what are the tools and techniques? So if we divide the tools and techniques into two parts, one is emerging, one is enduring. Emerging is virtual prototyping, so which is a very big thing in, say, research and development. Like in India, we have, say, our institute has one RPT machine, but if you go to Singapore in colleges, they have a line of small virtual prototyping machines in different labs, cheap ones also. And even in USA, they have a concept of maker space or maker lodge, where not only colleges but cities also provide some space to the people of the town, where all the type of conventional tools, design CAD tools, and RPT machines are available for people to just play and explore their ideas. And then motion simulation and animation. And then enduring tools are, of course, CAD software, which has been long, computational fluid dynamics, finite element analysis, statistical analysis, and coding. Coding is now very, very important. Without computer programming, I don't think research is possible in any field. So I will just, because we have running short of time, so I'll just quickly go through some of the facilities which are available in our institute. We have a variety of CAD/CAM software available with us, which relates to developing CAD models and then their analysis. Some specific softwares also we have, like SimuEffect, which is for forming and forging operations, simulation of forming and forging operations. CaseSoft, which is for designing gears. Then we have specific CAD workstations, like they are expensive, but they are suitable for CAD software. Then we have a 3D scanner. So you just put a component on this, and then there is a set of 2 cameras which will scan the component. The table will rotate, the table, the cameras, everything is synchronized, and it will develop a cloud of data points using which we can build the CAD model. We don't have to actually make a CAD model manually, it's all automated. Then a simpler thing as compared to 3D scanner is a machine vision system. Again, here it's all based on image processing, and all the latest image processing techniques are used. So you just keep a component on the platform, the camera will scan it and generate a CAD model of this. Then the rapid prototyping machine. So the machine which we have is, we can make components from using ABS polymer material, but nowadays metal RPT machines are available, although very expensive, starting from 2.5 crores. So academic institutions can't afford that much, but many industries even in India have bought these machines. Then related to manufacturing is material characterization. So we have a spectrometer. So you just keep a small piece of alloy in the machine. It will tell you what are the components. It hardly takes a few minutes to tell what are the different contents of the alloy. For example, how much is ferrous there, how much carbon, how much chromium, tungsten, vanadium, so on and so forth. Then as during discussion on topics, we said that tool life. So coating is very important concept. A very cheap alternative to coating as compared to physical vapor deposition or chemical vapor deposition is a potentiostat. So it costs around 10, I think even less than 10 lakhs or so, but we can apply coatings on the tools and do experimentation and research. Then for testing the hardness of the coatings, we have micro hardness tester, and also we have not shown here a scratch tester, which determines what is the extent of adhesiveness of the coating onto the substrate. Then for manufacturing, we have a CNC vertical milling center, and we also have a spark erosion electric discharge machining. Now during machining, to improve the efficiency of machining, a very important concept is measuring the vibrations and the thermal behavior. So for that, we have recently purchased a thermal imaging camera. It costs around 4.5 lakhs or so. So it's very, very efficient system and can detect a wide range of temperature. So it can simply take a view and then tell, okay, how much temperature is at which location, similar to the night vision devices that our defense uses. Then we have a scanning electron microscope. So after a component is manufactured, to characterize its surface, we have the SEM along with EDX. EDX will also tell how much what is the composition of the surface. Again, surface roughness tester, because surface roughness is a very important characteristic of the machine component. Then to detect internal flaws, we have ultrasonic flaw detector, which comes under the category of non-destructive testing. Then in condition monitoring, we have setups for gear shaft bearing condition monitoring. We also have some sensors, a setup for studying the behavior of sensors which are used in automobiles. So these are the overall equipment that we have. And these are some research titles that have been of PhD level, which have been completed or which are currently going on. So you can go through them. For example, we have investigation of parameters for surface modification of dies using EDM process. So here, rather than using EDM to remove the material, EDM was used to modify add the material to the dies to modify their surfaces. Then studies on metal forming for improved surface finish. Then an experimental study of non-traditional machining of aluminum silicon carbide metal matrix composites. Then performance optimization of cutting tools with multiple nano coatings. Development and evaluation of flexible machine controller for electric discharge machining process. Study of thermohydrodynamic performance of multiple axial groove journal bearings. Development and performance analysis of a position control system for tool manipulator. Development of performance matrices for reconfigurable manufacturing systems. Techno-economic analysis of manufacturing titanium 6 aluminum 4 vanadium alloy. Experimental investigation of enhancing tool life in compacted graphite iron machining. Development of optimized design system in press work. Condition monitoring of gear behavior in electromechanical equipment. Studies on gear performance with nano-coated materials. Design and development of a real-time condition monitoring system for bearings. And synthesis and performance evaluation of a robust controller for a multi-section steam turbines. So nowadays, if we talk of mechanical engineering, the area is wide open, but broadly, you can see these topics, they also correlate with the list that I had given in the beginning. So I'll stop here, madam. So if there are any questions, please.
Over to centers. If you have any question at this juncture of time, please go ahead. SPFU. Anji, any question for the presenter?
नो प्रोसेस मैम।
SPFU से बोल रहे हैं आप?
हाँ SPFU से बोल रहे हैं।
सर पार्टिसिपेंट कहाँ गए आज आपके?
इधर है मैम।
Only 10?
No ma'am, is there still 40%? 40 is there.
40 people are sitting.
No, not ma'am.
So we are at the participants. One. Okay, over to Government Engineering College, Hassan. Haveri.
ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ
Army College. Yes or no? So I think if there are no questions, I think for mechanical engineering. Then we had Dr. Rakesh from electronics, and we had one from civil, that is Professor A.K. Duggal. So I thank all the participants, but I have a request to make today. The attendance has been very, very thin in the sessions, and if you are not able to attend the sessions, tomorrow I'm going to take a decision which centers will continue for the program. So please convey the message to the sponsored faculty. If they can attend the session only, then they are liable to be certified. Otherwise, I'm not accepting the candidature. So please make sure all the sponsored faculty members they attend the sessions tomorrow. Thank you very much for joining us. See you tomorrow at 9:30 for the session on descriptive research. And I would request all of you to please come prepared with the questions which you have in mind for survey research, case study research, and content analysis. These three aspects I'm going to deal with in the morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All are requested.